Hey chat, how are we all doing? Welcome to the stream. It's so lovely to have you all here. Valerie Valkyrie, hello. Ninny161, Squeaky Possum, first time chatter, welcome to the stream. Did I random into the Sophie from Mars chat? This is the Sophie from Mars chat, welcome to the stream. Joe, lovely to have you here. Princess Beck Knight 666, hello, welcome to the stream. And B-Rat and Middle-earth Marxist, and I think we're all caught up right now. Say hi everyone if you're lurking, and to claim your free hello, hi on the stream, I'll just say hi in chat. I wanted to shout out the music that I put on because I feel like I often use like lo-fi to relax to style channels when I'm Wallada, hello, welcome to the stream. When I'm queuing up the stream, I have some like lo-fi stuff on, and I feel like they deserve a shout out. And so this is you can't even see the name anyway, but this is the funky verse that I came across this week. I'll move it so it's on screen there. You can't see my mouse. It's the funky verse anyway, and I'm enjoying hanging out and studying and relaxing to them. So that's the shout out. Okay, and we're gonna fade it out though, because it's time for the Liberal Slop stream. Hello, welcome everyone. It's lovely to have you here. We are going to watch today the episode of the Ezra Klein show, which Barack Obama recommended. Middle-earth Marxist, thank you so much for resubscribing. You've subscribed for 2 months in a row. Thank you so much. We're going to be watching Obama's personally recommended podcast that tells the nation where they should go from here and what the solutions are to the immediate problem, laying it out as cleanly as anyone Obama has seen. So it's going to be, I'm sure, full of really good takes about how America can defeat fascism. B-Rat says, I can't tell if that's a joke or if he really recommended it. So let's just clear this up by going to Blue Sky and going to Obama, which you do by typing in thanks Obama to any search engine, and it will send you to Obama so you can complain to him personally. And we will put it on the live screen. Here we go. Okay, Obama. More and more Americans are voicing their outrage at the tactics being developed by federal agents in Minnesota. It's important to understand the broader implications of what this administration is doing and the threat it poses to the basic freedoms of every American. Here's a podcast that does a good job of laying out what's at stake and why all of us need to get off the sidelines to demand change. Oh, this keeps happening. My coasters stick to the bottom of my mugs. So, if it was ever in doubt, the power and influence that liberal slop-ed writers have, here is Obama recommending Ezra Klein's show. And just to be clear, the link there is the episode of Ezra Klein's show. Oh, crikey. Oh, no. Oh, I'm just closing this. Never mind all that. But it was. That's what we'll be doing today. I'm not going to hang around doing special interest time, doing my astrophotography like last week. I am going to do comments. We're going to have one article, only one, and it's, hopefully a quick one. Hopefully we'll get through it quickly. Just because I saw it and it vexed me, and I thought that long-term viewers of the Liberal Slop stream would understand. So I'm hoping for relation in some kind of way, I guess, with this one. Let's dive into the comments right away. Oh, wait, no, there's an important thing to say first. It's a new month, and I have a new donation goal because it's the new month, and what happens in months is that there are new bills to pay. Isn't that really cool how we live under capitalism and there's a cost of living, a cost of being alive? If you are enjoying the stream at any point in the stream, please consider paying for the stream by subscribing, like Middle-earth Marxist did just now, or cheering, or by donating directly using command TIP. That's !TIP. I'm going to put it in chat just now. For people who PayPal isn't working good, I am working on putting up a Throne account, and I keep on forgetting to actually add stuff to it. But the first thing I add to it is just going to be like a £5 just like tip thing where you can. There's a thing where you can just give someone money through Throne. B-Rat says. B-Rat says we're gonna reach peak libbing out today. I think it is entirely possible that by the end of this, all of us will think that having a kombucha in the office mini fridge is a more meaningful victory for workers than healthcare. For sure. We'll all just be running out into the streets to find any police officer and say, "Thank you for your service. Oh my god, I'm so honored to meet you." It's gonna happen. If you find yourself overwhelmed during the stream, just repeat in a mantra-like manner, just vote. Vote. If you can hit a note with it, vote. Just over and over until you regulate your breathing, and then we'll all lib our way through this together. In all seriousness, I'm trying to hit a donation goal on this stream. It's just here, where, there. 150. I would really like to get 150 in donos by the end of this stream, and I've set a reward for doing that. So if you would like to see me do a gaming stream, I will basically add an extra stream to the streaming schedule every time that we hit the goal on the regular stream, and it will happen next month, so you can accrue them. This month, maximum you could get is an extra 4 streams out of it. Currently, my plan is to play Resident Evil Requiem, which I'm very excited about playing. I'm going to be playing either way, and we could all hang out if you wanted. I just need to be paid to do that, because that's the difference between me just playing the game for fun and me doing work, right? So, if you're enjoying the stream, the command is tip, and the money will go in here, and then it will pay my bills, and I'll be happy, and I'll do this. Okay, let's do some comments. So, okay, let's start with, that's 5 days ago. Okay, that's all a bit beyond last stream, and this I just thought was a lovely comment. I just wanted to share this with the chat, because Omega362 this made me smile. As I watch your astrophotography explanation, I'm struck by just how important it is to continue to find beauty in the natural world around us, to know what it is we're part of. I don't think I do that nearly enough, and maybe as I look out at the snow outside my window covering the asphalt, it's because I can't usually see past the roads, the destruction, the civilization. But there are trees here too, birds, songs. There is still beauty, and I think I need to see that to keep fighting. I honestly think that I feel, since getting a telescope and doing regular stargazing, I feel more centered in the world than the only other times is when I'm just like completely in nature, like when we've been on the Zad, when I've been camping, when I've been hiking. Yeah. Within a city, this is the most like present on the planet and in the universe. I think you can. It's a good feeling, because you pay attention to stuff like when the moon is going to be full, which is like a very easily observable cycle. But if you don't put the effort into noticing it, then you don't notice it. So. More to do with the contents of the stream. An issue a lot of people seem to have is telling that. Sorry, this comment is from Dom4427. An issue a lot of people seem to have is telling the difference between allowed and able. This is to do with whether there will be elections in America, and people being mad at me for saying I don't think Trump is gonna be happy to do that. Difference between allowed and able. We see this all over the place, but it's particularly clear with the US elections discussion. Sure, Trump isn't allowed to suspend elections, but he has a huge organized force of fash, or fash-sympathetic men with guns, who are personally loyal to him above all else. If Trump declares elections illegal, they most likely will enforce it whether or not they're allowed to. If they do that, then what? Either elections stop or there is civil war. Are states and popular movements ready to take that step? I'm not sure Americans are, but I don't live there, so maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. That was an interesting comment. Chad, do you have any thoughts on this? B-Rat talking about the last comment, there's Omega's comment, reminds me of, there is some good in this world and it's worth fighting for, from Lord of the Rings. I thought of that too. B-Rat says, I kind of want to get a tattoo of. You should. It's a cute, it's a nice sentiment. I think about that one a lot. Okay. Trans Tina Talks says, I guess I mildly disagree with the social murder take. It's complicated, but I think that ostracism is an effective way to proactively socially murder someone, as opposed to the passive forms that are well discussed. Perhaps a different term would be better here, but yeah, I think cutting people off from all forms of community is in most cases bad, and can often lead to them dying when they otherwise would not have. Might just be quibbling on semantics though. Something, hot allostatic load, you get it. So I think like, oh, sorry. I'm moving on a little bit fast because there's more chats about the comments as we're going. Princess Back Knight 666 says, good comment in the context of Trump just saying he's going to do that this week. But he's been saying it for ages. This is what really bothers me, is like, it actually seems like a really obvious thing to say. He isn't going to be happy for there to be elections. I don't know. It seems very split between this is completely obvious to people and this is an outrageous, terrible thing to say. And I think before a certain point, I hadn't encountered anyone who thought it was like an outrageous, terrible thing to say, which is why I was so blindsided by the dog pile I got on Blue Sky. But as a friend said to me, unfortunately, liberals from the Discover feed of Blue Sky are just the worst people on earth. So what can you do? I'm drink maxing, by the way, chat. I don't know if you've noticed. I don't know if you've seen me like reaching off different parts of the screen. They're all tucked out of sight, but I've got my hot drink, as I'm always recommending to everyone, the soothing balm and the elixir of life, the hot drink. Today it's an Earl Grey tea. Then I've got apple juice, that cold and sweet drink, and I'm trying to cut down how much soda I'm always having. Apple juice. And then there's the one I just should have finished before the stream started, because I wasn't awake enough, and it's an Aussie lemonade. I find many drinks. I find drink maxing very effective for getting through streams, because you can't be eating. But you can have as many drinks as you want. You're gonna see me at a desk. It's like like an old church organ, but instead of pipes, there's just drinks. Or like the organ from the I think you should leave episode at the funeral. Beverage moding, exactly. Okay, back on the comments. Social murder take. Ostracism is an effective way to proactively socially murder someone, as opposed to the passive forms that are well discussed. Okay, so let's just recap this discourse. I think it's an important one to, like, let me be clear. I think it's an important one to be clear in how we discuss it. This is the discourse about whether it's appropriate for people to use the term social murder when they're talking about the kind of ostracisms that frequently occur in the queer community, very often to trans women. But just generally, like, something happening, a kind of blow up that leads to someone being totally alone and being kept from a bunch of access to community or sometimes resources that they need in order to live. And having experienced this, like, I can say that, yeah, it does just, like, vastly raise the possibility that you will die very soon. But, and so I immediately see, like, I'm immediately sympathetic to people who are using this term to describe an experience of ostracism that they've had. And also, like, going back hundreds of years, there are discussions of, like, whether ostracism, like complete exile, is, like, an okay thing to do compared to, say, prison, where, like, I mean, obviously, like, trans women, this is why there's kind of a recurrent thing, is, like, massive crash outs. Like, people, in a lot of working class communities, I think people might call the police on each other, and in queer communities, often people know that the police are their enemies, and queer people get treated really badly in prison, especially trans women. But, like, yeah, so, like, having experienced ostracism, it sucks shit, and it, like, it can kill you. It kills a bunch of people. Social murder is a term from Marxist theory. It's specifically from Engels, and it's about all the people who die all the time because there are not very achievable structures in society that would otherwise keep them alive. People who can't access healthcare properly, people who can't access, well, people who become homeless. Like, you know, we all understand that being homeless, like, massively takes years off your life, even if you don't die while homeless, right? Like, so all the kind of many-faceted, complex effects that reduces someone's life, and in some cases, we're talking, in the kind of most extreme cases, we're talking about people who fall out the bottom of society and die. This is called social murder by Engels, and the kind of underpinning point here is that it's society writ large's fault. I think I have several thoughts on people using this to describe ostracism. The first one is, I don't think people are, it's obvious to say, people are not in touch with the Marxist theory when they're using that term that way. They've heard those words put together, and it feels like it fits very closely to their experience. Where there's pushback is that some people who are broadly in a very comfortable position go through an ostracism that mostly amounts to them losing a bunch of friends, and their life is otherwise mostly fine. And they have heard the words together and are saying, socially murder, I got social murdered, to mean my social life was murdered, is how a friend put it to me. And I think, like, that's a valid perspective on how some people are using it, and using it in a slightly insensitive or ill-informed way. And also, on the other extreme end, sometimes people get ostracized from community and die. I think it's fair to say that people who go through that are a subset of the people who have been socially murdered. But to me, one of my core takes on this is, like, the blame that Engels is laying is at the feet of, like, society in general and the ruling class, especially for not being a shape that is more caring and facilitates people being able to hold conflict in their communities. The society that we're in doesn't give people capacity to do anything that would lead to a different outcome, right? That's my take on that stuff. Okay, let's go on to the next comment. This one was on. This is a comment on a slightly older stream, where I was looking at the New York Times podcast with Ross Douthat and the two conservative feminists. Emmy Nonna, welcome to the stream. Princess Beck Knight 666 is saying, I think there's a bit of a dichotomy between people using the term understanding this context and with the understanding that trans women are incredibly vulnerable to social murder, and that ostracism is a tool of such, and people using it in the way you're describing. Yes, I think that's another thing, I guess, I just want to say about this, like, it's very easy for discourses to get into an oppositional back and forth. And I'm not trying to be a centrist in any discourse when I do this, but I often look at those situations and I want to say, what is, and in this case, what is that language is always changing, and if there are two divergent meanings of this term evolving, then, like, that's just going to happen, and trying to change language back or keep it the same is broadly trying to turn back the tides with a trowel. So, like, I don't care about people using it in the wrong way. I think it's just like gonna have to be a thing people come to understand, that there are kind of two meanings, even if they're similar to each other. Similar things have happened with theoretical terms all the time. Actually, in The Mad and Mentally Ill, when I'm talking about, I'm writing a lot about a model from R.D. Laing called ontological security in that essay, and ontological security is used across the social sciences in like very similar, adjacent, but different ways. Walada saying, sorry, I just made noises at you there. Walada saying, didn't even hear about the term, but I think it's it's a good term for the trans community, or keeping people in an isolation cell. Not sure I'd use it on a personal level for when one person gets kicked out of their own community, but I'm very easily swayed here. Yeah, I think it's part of the reason the discourse is formed is that people who are hearing people use the term the one way want to share the context. And I think that if you want to share that context of the way that Engels was using it, focus on the fact that society should be better, and suicides are deaths at the hands of the state, right? Like someone's been let down there, right? This is the kind of context that I think. B-Rat saying a similar split happened with dual power, I think. Yes, I've definitely noticed a bit of that. People who are not familiar with the idea that like the structures you are building should supersede or both supersede and absorb to some degree the structures that exist, and sort of just imagine it as like secession almost. Okay, I want to wrap up the comments. Let's get back to the comments for a second. On an older stream, on the stream with, as Joe puts it over here, just by conservative feminists, you mean rich white women? Yes, basically. So Lettuce Vervain says, the bit at the end, and also throughout, about Leah looking reasonable but not actually being reasonable, it's like the debate is from the jump about how women are bad. So Leah, by default, by being there and not challenging that point, is agreeing with it. Just because she talks nicely doesn't mean she's making any points at all, because an actual reasonable person would respond to the question of, how did women ruin the workplace, with, what? No, they didn't. That's a shitty thing to say. And that was, spot on, Lettuce Vervain. Thank you so much. So, that's the comments section done. Yay, we're moving forward. We're making progress. We're going to be in the podcast watch party part soon. I was just talking to the VOD viewers. I was looking at VOD comments. So, hello, VOD viewers. I didn't do the plug earlier to you. Please pay for the stream. I know a bunch of you watch the stream and really regularly, and I think that's really lovely, and it makes me really happy that people want to like have me on in this conversational way and just hang out with me. Since people do that a bunch, I'd like to point out that this is work I'm doing now, and I like when I get paid for my work, and it seems pretty fair to me when I need to afford rent and bills and food. So you can either go to the link below the VOD and do the same kind of PayPal donation that chat is doing. Chat is on this side on the screen, but they're on this side for me. But anyway, you can go to the link below to donate to me directly, or if you're a regular viewer of the VOD and you want to support me on a regular basis, you can go to my Patreon, which is also available down below, but it's patreon.com/SophieFromMars. And chat, listen, I haven't got any donos yet, and I'd really like some. I want to point out that the goal is 150, and there are 30 people watching, so if everyone had a $5 and gave me a $5, we'd hit the goal literally right away. Any size of dono is welcome, and once again, I'm doing a job. I'm doing work right now. So as we go into the part where it's more intensely the work, because I've got to deal with these fucking people's terrible op-eds, bear in mind, if you're enjoying the stream, consider paying for the stream. Okay, so that's all the housekeeping, all the comments. We can actually do some liberal slop now. This article, I'm going to read you. It's titled, Britain's Road Forward Runs Through China, and it's from the New Statesman. We haven't had much New Statesman recently, which is probably probably appeals a lot to my Yankee audience, but actually it's a vital source of liberal slop, because being positioned specifically as the publication of record of the Labour right wing, it's just fascinating. I think I hope people are looking back on it and maybe also find the liberal slop stream in 100 years' time and are like, this is a bizarre fucking artifact. I certainly think the New Statesman is a bizarre artifact now. Okay, there is one word in this article, and when we get to it, I'll tell you, but it drives me fucking insane. There is one word, to me, that is the worst word in this article. So, let's get into it. I've given a little mysterious build-up. Let's have a read. Okay, this is Britain's road forward runs through China. And if people want to predict what's going to piss me off here, it would do you well to remember when we've covered the New Statesman before and what bespoke, custom, artisanal ideologies they've claimed to be selling to their audience. Okay. Britain's road forward runs through China by James Schneider. Our stagnancy is a story of dependency. A new relationship with Beijing is part of ending managed decline. Middle-earth Marxist, thank you so much for tipping £3. Is this a sloppance, Miss Sophie? Thank you for the slop money. I'll use it to buy myself some slop to eat. Okay. Relationship with Beijing is part of ending managed decline. All right. In 1844, Britain compelled the Qing government to ship 9.5 tons of silver from southeast China to London as ransom after the First Opium War. I think we just sit with that sentence for a while, to be honest. That's so fucked. Do people know about the Opium War? Britain went to war with China to force them to buy opium and get addicted to opium. And China didn't want, the Chinese government, China did not want to have a bunch of opium and buy a bunch of opium and have people super addicted to opium. And Britain did this by force, by dominating them in war twice. Just hideously evil. All right. It was melted down. Pardon me. It was melted down at the Royal Mint. Bullion extracted at gunpoint from a civilization forced open to British drugs and capital. That war marked the beginning of China's century of humiliation. Yes, it is worth bringing up here. Nearly 200 years on the same site. Princess Back Knight 666 saying, "Oh, this is going to be a sloppy one." This article, I'm holding it together, but this article makes me really fucking mad. Okay. Yes, this is going to be a sloppy one. It's Joe saying, British century of humiliation, let's fucking go! I mean, yeah, it's the American century of humiliation, but it's the British eternity of humiliation from here on out, and the British government fucking deserves it, and I don't care. I don't mind saying, I welcome infinite humiliation, hubristic downfall, and Kafkaesque and ironic punishments. I wish the sword of Damocles to come down on this mighty isle. Okay. Nearly 200 years on the same site, Royal Mint Court is set to house China's largest embassy in Europe. Royal Mint Court... Hang on a second now. Hang on a second. I need to check on this. I'm gonna just, while I get maps up, I'm gonna just go over here on the close-up screen so I don't accidentally flash my address to everyone. Royal Mint Court. Is that where I think it is? Jesus Christ. Okay, so Royal Mint Court is literally right next to the Tower of London and Tower Bridge. So if it's gonna be there, like, it's the most central possible look. I had no idea it was gonna be there. That's so insane. Like, that's just like, that's flexing on top of how big the embassy is gonna be as well. Is just like flexing to everyone. We can buy this much land next to the fucking Tower of London. Fuck. That's humiliation. Anyone who strongly identifies with Britishness and has a humiliation kink, read all the details of this mega embassy, I guess. Between those two moments lies one of history's greatest reversals. China passed through imperial dismemberment, fascist occupation, civil war, and socialist revolution to become the world's central industrial power. Britain passed from empire to offshore clearinghouse, from workshop to rentier economy, from rule maker to rule taker. A transformation that enriched a narrow stratum while hollowing out... Can I close this? While hollowing out the country beneath it. Keir Starmer's visit to Beijing, which concluded today, 31st January, belongs to this history. It's the first trip by a British Prime Minister in 8 years, and it brought him into formal talks with President Xi Jinping in the Great Hall of the People. This is fucking delicious. Like, this just... Yum, 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 yum. I can't get enough of this. What's aggravating, to be clear, is them trying to present any of this like there's any degree of control. And like they're this is like, maybe I should be less mad about it, because like it is just basically them admitting a huge amount of defeat. But firstly, they don't admit it, and that's the thing that's one of the things that's driving me absolutely insane. When we get to the worst word in this article, that's a big part of it. But also, it's just like, I'm mad at all of the shit they've done so far. Like, all the years of the New Statesman propping up the most idiotic, the most heinous and hideous and vile transformation of Britain's historic and enormous socialist party, the Labour Party, that right beforehand had been the largest party by membership in Europe, into the fascist nightmare that it is now. And doing all of that through this like constant lens of pragmatism. But I don't want to give the game away. We're going to get to this word. We're going to get to the crucial word they use. Oh god, it makes me so mad. Okay. I've done something. If any VOD watchers, I guess, keeping track of the chat, I've done something amazing by opening up the social murder discourse, because now there's just gonna be like trans misogyny and trans feminism discourse like boiling throughout the chat, all stream long probably. Sorry everyone. Okay. Visit to Beijing. First trip in 8 years, Hall of the People, alongside meetings with ministers and business leaders aimed, in his words, at a more sophisticated relationship. He arrived in a capital whose ancient heart now sits inside a vastly expanded modern state, where ring roads stretch to the horizon, high-speed rail threads the city, and I want to go to Beijing so fucking bad. I want to go to Beijing so fucking bad. Like, holy shit, guys. If we can do a Red Planet trip to Beijing, I'll be so gassed. I really can't overstate it. Anyway, right. Sorry, this is literally just because they said high-speed rail. I just love trains so much. And ministries operate at a scale unmatched in Europe. But on an even grander scale, it marked the meeting between a civilizational state that now shapes the world economy and a country still searching for a role after its hegemony came to an end. China saying the fundamental laws of labor and capital as dictated by Karl Marx says it's my turn on the global hegemony. And Britain's saying, but China... The sun never sets on the British Empire. Eat shit, dickheads. All right. Okay, we're back. We're so back. Economic gravity is pulling the world towards China. The question is whether Britain's governing class can abandon the consolidations of Cold War fantasy. Oh man, who's been pushing the Cold War fantasy? The New Statesman? Who's been pushing all that Cold War fantasy? We're all looking for the guy who did this! Oh, Christ almighty. Consolations of Cold War fantasy long enough to negotiate with... the worst word in this article. Reality. I swear to fucking God, now these motherfuckers are gonna talk about reality? There has been such a long time and so many pieces in the New Statesman about realism. Pragmatic realism, dark realism, grim realism, European realism, British realism. And this article is a clear reversal of all the pro-America, anti-China shit they've been doing under the name of realism for years. And chat, you know what it turns out it's called when it's not realism? Reality. I'm so mad. Like... The guy who... The New Statesman, as a publication, is a guy whose catchphrase is, "Let me be real with you," and then just lays out the most dog shit, donkey-ass, stupid fucking take you can possibly imagine. He's the guy standing up in church, right? Do people know about this? The Rockwell painting is originally of a guy who just had a really bad take, and he thought it was a really striking moment because that guy had the courage to loudly say something that was so stupid. It was like, let's knock down the local school or something. This is the New Statesman, right? For years and years and years, showing up with a new thing that they're calling a new brand of realism, and then going, "Wow, everyone, I gotta be real with you," and then saying just the most dog-ass fucking stupid, bug fucking sane, neoliberal fascist shit possible. And now it's time for reality. I'm so pissed off. Okay, let's get back into it. We can get through the rest of the article in a breeze. For decades, British foreign policy rested on a simple settlement: economic integration with Europe, strategic subordination to the United States. Brexit served. Brexit severed the European pillar. Now the American one is shifting too. Under Trump, Washington treats allies as dependents, law as optional, and security as a bargaining chip. The pretense of a rule-bound order has given way to something cruder. Something cruder, 'cause you still can't name the fascism that you helped happen. You helped it to happen, and now you can't name it, so it's just called something cruder. Something cruder. Something cruder. In this environment, the language of Cold War 2.0, of civilizational contest with China, flatters British elites. Who's been doing all the flattering British elites, man? Who had a fucking well-read publication this whole time? Who could have spoken truth to power and instead was flattering British elites? Who was pushing the Cold War 2.0 ideas? Flatters British elites into thinking they still belong to a coherent Western bloc. That's true. You all fucked it. You really fucked this up, guys. Guys. I'm gonna be real with you. You really fucked this up. You really fucked this up. Where were we? It substitutes moral drama for material strategy and invites a posture of self-harm, treating the world's manufacturing center as a moral hazard while continuing to import its products without leverage. Even modest departures from this script have been met with pressure. Britain's decision to exclude Huawei from 5G infrastructure, taken at Washington's insistence, showed how narrow the space for independent judgment had already become. Starmer should be wary too of repeating David Cameron's Chinese charm offensive. In practice, it meant little more than inviting Chinese capital into British assets in order to juice the city, here meaning the City of London, the financial city, and the corporation as well as the physical place, to be clear. It was engagement without production, partnership without construction. Early signals from Starmer's trip point in a similar direction, an emphasis on services over industry with positive but marginal gains such as visa-free travel, standing in for anything structurally transformative. I mean, to me, visa-free travel is absolutely transformative because I can go straight to the source, get the Chinese secret sauce of socialism and bring it to Britain and infect the proletariat with revolutionary ideas. Visa-free travel, let's fucking go. Britain's problem is not that it speaks too softly to Beijing. It is that it no longer builds. It cannot complete major rail products without years of chaos. It allows its energy system to be shaped by market failure and foreign dependence. It talks the language of partnership while behaving as a vassal. Yes, the special relationship. The number of times that British Prime Ministers, and I don't know if Yanks watching this are aware of this, but the number of times that British Prime Ministers have referred over the last 30 years to the special relationship, the special relationship between Britain and the US, it's like, it's an abusive relationship, right? Like, there is a clear stronger party, and that stronger party treats the weaker party awfully, and it's horrifying because it's like, our prime ministers, every single one of them who has used this term, has effectively been coming around to justify it to, like, the British people, the people who are being hurt by the nature of that relationship the most. Talks the language of partnership while behaving as a vassal, deferring its economic horizons, technological standards, and strategic priorities to Washington. A new relationship with China is a necessity born of a moment of global transition, a world shaped by climate catastrophe, resurgent imperialism, and deepening geopolitical rivalry. China has fused state coordination, public enterprise, strategic finance, and market discipline into an industrial machine of unprecedented scale. The results are staggering. In 2 generations, it has overseen the fastest expansion of productive capacity. I'm going to have more of the monster energy, because I think I'll be able to say words faster and clearer, or I'll just be stupid faster. Oh. I also will do and I really promise it this time, a 2-minute break to get tea before we start the podcast. Hang on a second. Am I set as live on Blue Sky? I don't know if this feature is really meaningfully doing anything for me, but I will set myself live as well as having posted about it. I'm terribly blocked up today. I blame Poppers. Okay, go live. Oh no, not for 1 hour. Ah, shit. Everything's terrible. Guys, I've completely fucked it. I'm gonna have to re-enter it. Sophie_FRM_Mars. Done. And then this is not a valid... Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Because I put the wrong number of slashes in. That's wacky. How long will I be live for? 1,000,000 years. Okay, I've done it. B-Rat says, is the special relationship that a lot of Americans like royalty gossip? I think in terms of how it's presented to British people, it is actually a bit like that. Like, it is actually a bit like the idea that America, despite having fought a revolutionary war to be free of Britain, has this like deep nostalgia for being British, I guess, and feels really, really good about, you know, Mother England or whatever. And like, we do a lot of trade with America. There is a material relationship, but like, it's just like in the world of geopolitics and international relations, there aren't special relationships. There are material relationships. There are alliances in war. There are ideological alignments, but there aren't special relationships. Yeah, it's a strange claim, and again, it is just like, just justifying being the weaker party to a nation of people who hadn't at the time anyway gotten over having been one of the biggest empires in the biggest. Don't know. Okay, back to the article. I really wish I wasn't so blocked up. It's a bit of a nightmare. Not great for streaming. That's something I'll do on my 2-minute break. I'm really sorry about all the sounds. Okay, so China has fused coordination, public enterprise, strategic finance, and market discipline into an industrial machine of unprecedented scale. The results are staggering. In 2 generations, it has overseen the fastest expansion of productive capacity in human history. Entire industrial ecosystems have been built from scratch. Around 800 million people have been lifted out of poverty as real incomes have risen 25-fold. The change is written on bodies as well as balance sheets. In the mid-1980s, 5-year-old Chinese girls were, on average, 7 centimeters shorter than their US-American counterparts. By 2019, they were 2 taller. Fucking hell. The average height of a young Chinese man has risen by several inches in a single generation. It is little wonder that surveys conducted by Harvard's Ash Center found that more than 90% expressing satisfaction with their government. Because they're all tall chads now, I guess. Now I really, really want to go to Beijing. I'll fit right in. This legitimacy rests on material achievement in energy, infrastructure, and manufacturing. China now operates on a scale unmatched elsewhere. The energy transition makes this impossible to ignore. China is central to the supply chains of decarbonization, from solar manufacturing to batteries to grid components. In 2024, China invested more than $625 billion into clean energy and hit its wind and solar capacity target 6 years early. Imagine anything like that happening in the West. Like, seriously. That's just so insane. Joe says there's a link between child nutrition and height, which is what they're gesturing at here. I was completely aware, but I think to spell it out for anyone who was not aware of this, and I've passed them by with this, I do. What the article is sincerely pointing at is that it's a general indicator of quality of life increase, that people grow to taller heights, or if they have increased in their height over time, as Joe says, it's an indicator of child nutrition. And I just think it's funny thinking about all the Chinese kids now being Giga Chad enormous. Beanie Gaby, hello, welcome to the stream. Damn, imagining doing literally anything towards green energy goals. Yes. It's fucking insane. Okay. Over half the world's solar energy capacity is installed in China, and it is responsible for 4/5 of world exports of solar panels. 80% of solar panels. That's insane. China is also the world's largest greenhouse gas emitter, a consequence of becoming the workshop of a carbon-intensive global economy, but that is precisely why its trajectory matters. The same state capacity... God, that's so fucking... That must be so galling to them. Like, I bet all of these fucking guys in the Western ruling classes across basically everywhere that isn't explicitly fascist, I bet all these guys are just, like, developing cuck fetish on, like, a scale heretofore unseen in human history. Just, like... These guys are specifically, like, furiously turned on by the idea of Chinese guys fucking their wife. Like, this is now gesturing at realigning the concept of international development, right? The basic concept of, like, the pathway that is laid out for how nations should develop, right? They are having to face actual reality instead of just realism, which, surprise, it was fascism. Realism is so insane because, like, the ways they were using it especially, they meant be aware of the reality that there is fascism and try to appease it so we can sneak around it and not get hurt and not be fascist ourselves. And then, like, now they're just staring right at, like, very real, actual fascism. And they're like, oh, right, we should have just sided with the socialists to begin with. Huh. But yeah, no, like, they're realigning the basic idea of a laid out pathway and a trajectory for nations to develop along. That is precisely why its trajectory matters. The same state capacity that powered its industrial ascent is now being developed to rewire it. China's emissions have begun to fall. Per capita output has only just reached around 60% of the United States, while American emissions continue to rise. Today, Chinese industry is both a driver of the climate crisis and a central engine of its solution. China shows that decarbonization requires a material revolution. Grids, ports, rail, batteries, heat pumps, high-grade steel, concrete, semiconductor capacity, and the strategic planning, patient capital, and enterprise management that binds these elements into functioning systems. Chat, do we remember a few weeks ago when we were talking about that Financial Times article about how Europe has nothing to sell to China and is just in this horrendously weak position? And then we went through and saw a whole bunch about, like, a Chinese housing market crisis. And it turned out this was an entirely Western perspective. This housing market crisis is like, they're not building enough new luxury housing. So obviously from a Western perspective, everything is in utter shambles. And we can't know, like, we can't completely know that it's going to plan, but the explicitly stated plan from the Chinese officials about, like, housing development was, well, we've made enough houses now we want to focus on making them affordable so people can have enough houses. And and so they had, like, they're doing, like, a managed decline to their biggest, like, house builders. Beck Knight saying, yeah, but if economy good, why no infinite growth? Yes, why? What can we do? It's really tragic. Like, we all know that it's good when line go up, but we just can't make line keep on going up. I don't get it. Haley Snaily says, China is making trade impossible or something. Yeah, I think it was called something like that. That sounds right. I keep getting my hair caught in my clothes. Maybe I need to cut it at this point, but I really like how long it is now, actually. All right. We're nearly done. We're nearly done with the article. Okay. Britain already has a foothold in this future. It is a global leader in offshore wind. Yay! But leadership in deployment is not yet leadership in production. Much of the value in turbines and critical components remains concentrated in China, especially in generators, castings, and rare earth inputs. A better relationship with Beijing would include technological cooperation and joint ventures that anchor more of the production at home, with the jobs, skills, and durable industrial base that entails. Steel exposes what is at stake. The green transition is steel-hungry by definition. Turbines, pylons, rail, and grids will all be built from it. Yet Britain's capacity to make primary steel nearly vanished in 2025, when the government had to rush through emergency legislation to prevent the Scunthorpe blast furnaces from being switched off. I remember this. The Scunthorpe blast furnaces from being switched off by their private Chinese owner. Steel must be treated as infrastructure, anchored by public direction rather than left to owners whose horizons are short and commitments are thin. Sundry Clown Car, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here. Britain is a leader in offshore wind. Sounds like a setup for a joke about expat bloggers. Or how gassy they are, maybe. This points toward deeper questions about the British economy. A successful economy does three things. Increases real wages. Oh my fucking god. I'm sorry. But like, these fucking guys, with the entire history of what their magazine is, maybe they've just got a more left-wing guy in. Maybe this specific writer is just like very left of what they'd usually have in the New Statesman. But the fact that they're publishing this, when it goes so hard against everything that, maybe I should check out, what's he called? Jonathan Schneider? James Schneider. Okay. It does seem like he hasn't written for them since... Okay. Okay, so Schneider himself seems to be much more left-wing than the general New Statesman crowd and hasn't written for them since 2015. So the shit they've been on, this is just like Starmer is completely and utterly admitting defeat. And so even his favorite magazine has to admit defeat and welcome the leftists back in. I'm now significantly less mad about Schneider using the word reality because it feels like he's not the one who is saying realism. Okay, we don't have to finish this now. I think we've had enough of it. You get what I'm getting at with this article. Thoughts in the chat? Let me know. Let's discuss it. I'm gonna go for a hot drink break in a second. But yeah, it's just aggravating. Like, after all these fucking years, they can, in this case, hire someone in to admit defeat for them. But just like the awful fucking damage that the New Statesman has done by being so relentlessly like Starmer's lapdogs and constantly suggesting just like, oh, what if you did another neoliberal austerity policy, Starmer? What do you think? Would that be good? Would it be good to have more neoliberal austerity? It's just a nightmare. Fuzzy Numbers says, hi Fuzzy Numbers, I hate living in the USA, but I'm also grateful not to live in Turf Island. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. I don't know what to say about it. Like, there are better and worse aspects. I think that, like, I'd much rather be here than in many states of the US, and I'd much rather be in some places in the US than here. But France wins out over everything. Increasing real wages, says B-Rat. Is it still on screen? Yes, it's up there. There. Increasing real wages, that single sentence has jokified me. Well, again, now we can feel a little bit reassured that someone with a more generally sensible perspective is the one writing it. And it's not one of the like usual New Statesman hogs talking completely out the other side of their mouth. But it is still, and this is important, I think, like, it is still, in a sense, the New Statesman itself speaking out the other side of its mouth. Like, only a couple of weeks ago, they had Wes Streeting writing in their paper, in their magazine. Like, that's completely insane. Okay, we are going to have a 2-minute break while I just get another cup of tea before we start the Ezra Klein show episode. We're going to be watching the Ezra Klein show episode that Obama recommended for good takes on how to resolve the crisis of fascism and ICE killing people in America right now. So I'm sure it's going to be entirely abolitionist. No, I mean, we've already watched a little bit of it. I'm doing this bit about, like, I'm sure, but, like, we watched some last time. We know this is a liberal negotiation around the issue because, of course, the state exists to mediate class tensions in favor of the ruling class. I'm referring to chat as class here. We all remember this. Hopefully, this is the Leninist definition for the function of the state. The state exists to mediate class tensions in favor of the ruling class. At least the bourgeois state does. And I think that's really relevant when we're talking about the kind of advice that is produced by someone like Ezra and is recommended by a former president. Of course, it's going to be about how we do proper and seemly and polite statesmanship that is respectful, and still, like, deporting children is going to be a part of it. But we have to do it respectfully. Million Peaches saying, thanks, Obama. Okay, so everyone get your thanks Obamas ready. We're going to be doing that just after the break. Get your hot drinks while I'm getting my hot drink. We can all sip and slurp together. And remember, oh my goodness. Oh shit, I just looked at the donor thing. Hey Zelda, thank you so much for tipping £30 and 33 pence. Yes, we're now at 33.33. We're trying to hit 150 today. If we do, there will be a game stream next month. As well as the regular streams. So you're going to add on more Sophie streams to the total schedule. Sundry Clown Car saying, Sophie be like, I'm sure this will advocate for the abolition of oppression. Now to hit play and take this big swig of water. That's right. I'm going to get dusty Cheeto fingers. I'm going to take a big swig of Pepsi, and then I'm just going to smash play on the Ezra Klein show, and I'm sure my desktop will be immaculate at the end of that process. Haley Snaley says 4 hours of Pong. No, I will probably play Resident Evil Requiem, and by probably I mean I definitely will, but whether I play it on stream for people and for entertainment and for a chill hangout vibe, or just keep it to myself, depends on hitting the target. So if you're enjoying the stream, please pay for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer, or you can donate directly using Command Tip, which will add to this dono goal. Hopefully by next week I will have figured out how I want to run this fundraiser for my birthday trip. My birthday is in June, and I was born in New Zealand, and it's my 30th birthday, so I'd really like to get the money to go back to my hometown, Auckland, and see it. I don't remember it very well. But that's not right now. This is just for bills. Please use Command Tip. It's !TIP. And there are 40 people watching right now. There's about £120 to go. So if everyone donated £3 each, then we would hit the goal immediately. I'm going to go make a cup of tea, and I'll see you all in... Oh, crikey. That's gone onto a completely different track. Not track, video. I'm going to put Funky Verse back on. Here it is. Okay. I'll see you all in 2 minutes. If you're enjoying the stream, pay for the stream. Thanks.
The low oxygen, zero gravity environment
Okay. Hey everyone. Who's ready to get into it? Oh Christ. So chat, I guess the question I want to ask you before we actually do begin it is like, what people's outlook is on Minneapolis generally, like not just kind of what is to be done, but like what it represents, what the stuff happening there means to people, and maybe also means to America, especially for the Americans in chat. What it means for like the Western world. Hi Haley. I'm back with my hot cup of tea. I hope everyone else has got a nice hot drink. Fuzzy Numbers asking before, will you be streaming Wishbone and the Amazing Odyssey PC game from 1997? And then immediately afterwards saying, Resident Evil is good too. I guess in future, and sorry, this is not to say there's a serious chance I'll be playing Wishbone and the Amazing Odyssey PC edition from 1997. But maybe there is a way in future for me to set up votes in my Discord or something for how we can arrange what the sorry, I got distracted by a text. What games get played, but certainly the next month thing is I'm going to play some Resident Evil Requiem, the new Resident Evil game. If people want to see. Alright. So, Prince Infidel says, I think this is meant to say, Minneapolis fills me with both terror and hope. That's an interesting thing. Say more if you want to. I'd be curious to hear you expand on it. Apple Chips the video game says, I'm not sure what precisely it means, but it does feel like a flashpoint that could allow socialist movements to gain sway in the US. It has definitely made me concerned about my neighbors and myself. That's interesting. I recently interviewed someone who is a beloved comrade of mine who I've interviewed before for Red Planet. Oh, also, if people don't know this, if people here don't know this already, I do a show called Red Planet every Sunday with DJ Mule and Tim, who goes by Conquest of Dread, and it's just a discussion show about revolution, basically. It's very good, and you should all watch. Anyway, I've just interviewed someone, and the interview will be airing not this Sunday, but next Sunday, about... It's someone who organizes with guns and does like community self-defense stuff. So not the normal focus for Red Planet in terms of organizing, or in some ways of just basic perspective. But it's been a very interesting one. I'm not going to say where in the US she is. But it's not Minneapolis. So it's interesting that's like I guess having interviewed her, that's the perspective from Americans that I've heard the most in depth, which is one that embraces that things are likely to escalate and preparedness is the only reasonable course of action. I don't know if it's my view, but I have the luxury of not having to have a view as urgently as people who live in America do. We're going to the Ezra Klein show. And I really hope that I clear out as I drink this. Okay. Okay, I'm on my way there. And I see Ezra Klein looking shocked with a thumbnail that says Slop. Slop, rage bait, brain rot. We didn't ask for this internet. Yeah, I didn't ask for an internet with so much slop on it either, Ezra. There's some slop I would like to be off the internet altogether. Ezra. Anyway, right. I guess it's the Ezra Klein show I'm going to. This cross-posting stuff, like all these sites, all these different social media platforms letting you post something from multiple accounts at once, and when you click on who it's from, it gives you like a drop-down menu. I dislike it most cleanly and strongly on YouTube, because it's just like, what do you mean this is from these different... This is producer brain, you know? Like this is like multi-channel network shit running rampant, and I don't appreciate it. Like YouTube is so completely supposed to be like about watching a video from some dude or some lady, you know? Or a group of friends. Very much like one entity, and like the sneaking in over the years of capital into every single emergent art form on YouTube has been absolutely dreadful. I gotta watch Sarah Zedig's video actually soon, her new one that she's putting out about a better YouTube, because I know that's going to be a banger. She always has such good takes. She has great political analysis, and I've always liked her takes about online and social media networks and platforms. But yeah, seeing that we can cross-post videos and have it be posted by multiple different YouTube channels, oof. And also probably I'll end up using this feature inevitably, like when we do the trailer for the Red Planet Zad documentary, I'll probably end up using this feature to cross-post it from my channel and Mule's channel and Red Planet. So I'm complaining now, but then like tweeting from my iPhone about how capitalism is bad. All right, we've got more takes on Minneapolis. So Prince Infidel says, the terror is clearly what I meant to take away. Terror and cruelty is why they invaded Minneapolis in the first place. On one level, it worked on me. The hope comes from how the people have responded. How many people there have pushed back, have organized, have looked out for their neighbors and community, have called immigrants their community. There will be suffering, but we can and will fight those responsible. I remember there was someone in Mule's chat recently who was asking about Mule's take on gun control. And I said to this person, the person was saying about being, maybe they're here actually, I don't know. Hi if you are. About being like a blue-haired progressive and it running against their personal sensibilities, the idea of getting a gun. And this is definitely because a lot of people will be responding to this situation by saying, get a gun. And I don't think it's bad advice. I think people probably should all be sharing that advice to each other. In a country where it's relatively easy to get a gun and the government starts acting the way that it is in America, getting a gun seems like a broadly reasonable thing to do. But reduced to this 3-word slogan, all the organizing that needs to happen to effectively resist the government is not being properly focused on. And also, by the way, I can tell, I know that as I'm saying this, I'm hearing myself, and I'm like, there are some people who are watching who are not familiar with my game, familiar with what's going on here, who might need me to explicitly say the organizing that is necessary is not about an army, primarily. Community defense, if there are men with guns from the government trying to harm people in your community, the moral thing, it seems to me, now I've got the brain of like listening to myself, will this be read back in court? It seems the moral thing to me to do if there are men from the government with guns persecuting people in your community, possibly killing them, is for the community to be armed, to be able to defend itself. That seems like a reasonable thing to me. But a relatively tiny minority of everyone in the US Armed Forces, for example, is a point and shoot and kill soldier. It's not just the bureaucracy of the command structure, though. It's like cooks and cleaners and logistics people and warehouse people and people who drive and people who fuel and people who transport fuel. all the stuff that makes the like social organism and material base of the US Army function. Like, that's a lot of people who don't actually have to have the job of point and shoot and kill soldier. Similarly, a community that can defend itself well, or that can defend itself optimally, is not like a community where everyone goes to work as usual, plus everyone has a gun and is highly, highly trained to use their gun at all times, right? A relatively small number of people could be doing that kind of security role. But the optimal form of that community is one that is more cohered, right? Is less atomized. So I think the vast majority of the organizing work, if I'm alluding to like the organizing work of resisting a fascist state, the vast majority of that is cooking, is organizing meetings, is organizing logistics of how to transport food to people, of finding venues and correctly organizing them for the best uses for the community. Just broadly, just organizing work, but on a massive and hopefully somewhat urgent scale. I wrote a piece recently. It might be useful if we went through the piece, actually. Someone on Tumblr asked me for my take on Minneapolis, and I gave it, and I'm just realizing it might be useful if we just clear on my standpoint going into this. So we'll go Sophie from our Substack. Sorcha Flora saying, I'm always happy to cook for people. Cooking for people is such a blessing. It's just such a lovely thing to do, a lovely thing to learn to do, a lovely thing to get to practice, a lovely thing to scale up if you're going to do it with more people. Okay, thoughts on the anti-ICE resistance going on in Minneapolis right now. I find it very inspiring that so many people are openly defying ICE and the police state. Someone asked me this on Tumblr. Okay. This week's VOD here, Liberal Slop, ICE in Minneapolis, Obama in the DMs, America in the cool zone. On the Liberal Slop stream this week, I looked at a few different takes from the big liberal publications about Minnesota, particularly with a focus on the way that the ruling class and commentary are responding to it, with an adjustment towards a more palatable version of the same structurally fascist changes we've already seen. They've sent in Tom Homan. He's got boring supply teacher energy as opposed to Greg Bovino's 4chan Nazism LARP. And The Economist has written about how Susan Collins could put checks and balances in place so that ICE can be a responsible part of American society. It's a real and troubling possibility that the American ruling class have a distinct class interest in, that the methods and practices of the Trump administration are made normal and polite. If you want more of me discussing that, please check out the VOD above. So all of that is last week's stream. So that was just summarizing for people who missed the class last week. As for the resistance itself, I have a lot of thoughts, most of them positive. The main way for a community to respond to the kind of threat that ICE poses, especially past to the point that they were grabbing people out of their cars, is for the community to cohere as strongly as possible and avoid leaving people alone and exposed. Margaret Killjoy has done some excellent reporting on the situation from the ground for It Could Happen Here, and also wrote this account of the incredible unity of the Minnesotans on her Substack. I was especially struck by this part as an anarchist, heartened to hear it. So this is from Margaret Killjoy. I spent yesterday talking to organisers, but the first thing a friend told me was that, unlike most social movements, there's not the guy to talk to. There just isn't a central leader, nor some central cadre. There's no vanguard leading the resistance. The resistance to ICE in Minneapolis is strong, generalized, and sustained. It's also entirely decentralized and leaderless, or leaderful, if you'd like. There are roles, there is organizing, there's so much organizing, there are so many organizers from so many communities and identities, this of course makes my heart happy, end quote. Places like the ZAD, or Atlanta Forest Defense, the Stop Cop City campaign, have shown us that acephalous organizing can work, and work quite well in the modern context. Perhaps it's fairer to call these polycephalous structures rather than acephalous, because organically it has always emerged, like the thing that Margaret Killjoy was saying above. It's just that there are so many of them, and such a widespread shared vision exists among the people. This other piece from Killjoy talks a bit more about specifics of the style of organizing and what it is setting out to achieve. It describes spaces and venues occupied and repurposed for community welfare and large-scale autonomous networks. Out of a combination of the Minnesota winter cold and approach by ICE of just hunting people of color in the streets, ICE are using a legal stop known as the Kavanaugh Stop after Brett Kavanaugh, where they simply claim the legal right to ask based on perceived ethnicity to prove for people to prove their citizenship on the spot. It isn't safe or easy for the most at-risk populations in Minnesota, immigrants and people of color, to be outside or in public spaces. Zy Rose, thank you so much for tipping £3. Okay, got my hot slop to the left of me and my cold slop on the right. I'm ready to get slippity with the slop all night. Incredible donation message. I feel I should read that again. Got my hot slop to the left of me and my cold slop on the right. I'm ready to get slippity with the slop all night. Incredible stuff. If you would also like to send in a little chat message or a poem to me, everyone, please remember to tip. We have £120-ish to go to the donor goal and 40 people watching. So if everyone followed Zy Rose's example and tipped £3 each, we would get there pretty quick. And I would have 40 poems to read. So Margaret Killjoy says, in response to this, many vulnerable people have essentially gone into lockdown. There are families that can't leave their houses. Other people, friends, families, neighbours, are looking out for them. The networks that are looking out for them are far and away the largest, most organised, and most successful networks like these I've ever seen, and they're entirely decentralised. The notion of... This is me again. The lotion, oh no. The notion of a large mutual aid network seeking to protect people who have to hide in their homes is interesting here. It marks out an obvious difference from the most immediate comparable comparable American uprising, which is the George Floyd uprisings in 2020. During the George Floyd riots, protesters and organizers in Seattle claimed the CHOP/Chaz autonomous zone. Often when there... I'm just going to say Chaz because I think Chaz is just a better name. Claimed the Chaz. Often when there are large-scale urban protests breaking out after a sustained period of political tension and repression, people occupy public spaces and repurpose them for the movement, a physical manifestation of Henri Lefebvre's idea of the right to the city, most famously with the Paris Commune, most notably in the American context in the Occupy riots, and most notably recently with the Chaz. The kind of organizing in Minnesota is a more developed structure, as an organic social and community structure that is meeting people's needs, as well as both occupying spaces and defending against the state. That's a sign of real development towards an internally sustainable social organism, although I imagine to many it will appear only reactive and defensive and therefore limited and temporary. One thing I was interested in discussing on the stream, that's last week's stream, was the cultural frustration at the lack of a strong organized left wing in America. With people outraged over the killings of Renee Good and Alex Pretty, the Trump regime has had to reorganize and regroup, replan ICE's approach to the city. That is a time when we have a felt sense we should push forward. But the lack of an established organized left will frustrate that. Everyone wants to push, and they can't. The frustration matters because that is what will drive the creation of a strong organized left wing in America, but it will still feel frustrating. The general strike is another big sign of development in the organized response to the state, for many reasons both tactical and historical for America. For me, the really striking thing about it is that it can work to perfectly counter attempts to make Minnesotans adapt to the Trump regime's fascism. The acephalous community organizing works in tandem with a general strike, especially where those strong mutual aid networks exist. These together are like the two components of a revolutionary power reactor. Because if the strikers can feed and take care of each other, they can keep the strike going indefinitely, and the longer the strike goes, the more power the community has to exercise against the ruling class. This is a core idea of long-term projects like the ZAD. They support the movement, and the movement supports the liberation of more people in more places from capitalism and on and on. Free people, free people. This is a core idea, long-term core idea of the liberal Slop streams, Sophie from Mars, the Red Planet. Free people, free people. We just got to get people out to a position where they have all the time in the world and all the, capacity that they could possibly have to work on freeing more people. Where it goes next is the biggest lingering question, and for the time being, the US government is probably going to keep dictating the progression of the struggle because they are the larger party in this conflict. Therefore, the proactive steps for the anti-fascists are about building up their community cohesion and organized structures rather than their defenses. Not knowing what the Fed's next moves will be, they should try to adapt to become a sort of community that can support an indefinite strike and push for the choice to strike to become a matter of resisting not just the unthinkable new waves of blatant fascism, but a matter of resisting business as usual as well. So that's my Substack piece. Give it a like or whatever if you want to actually go there and reread it. We're going to watch the Ezra Klein show. You've now heard my take on this stuff. And we're going to watch Minneapolis Reveals What Trump Really Wants. This is the episode that Obama recommended. And we're going to go back to the start, even though we watched a little bit of it last time. All right.
With every norm-busting move, with every boundary-busting decision, you get this debate around Donald Trump. Is it authoritarianism now? Has the nature of the American state finally changed into something else? It's not going to be that clean. There's no one moment where we phase from one thing to another. But I think what we can say, what can't even really be argued, is that the authoritarianism is here. It's just unevenly distributed. But you can see it. You can see it in the video of an ICE officer shooting and killing Renee Good in Minneapolis. You can see it when you watch a disabled woman dragged out of her car on her way to a doctor's appointment. You can see it when a family of 8 on its way home.
Prince Infidel, why is this edited like a true crime drama? Because he wants to sell that he is doing something real here instead of just podcasting.
A basketball game is tear-gassed and needs to give CPR to their 6-month-old child.
I was giving him mouth to mouth, and I remember stopping and I said, I will give you all my breath till you get yours back, because nobody wants to see their kids like that.
Look, they're grabbing him.
You can see it when Border Patrol agents tackle and detain a U.S. citizen who is filming their activities, and then they accuse him of assaulting them. You can see it when masked men walk up to people with brown skin and just ask them to prove that they are American. And you can see it spreading every day, distributing itself more widely to more kinds of people.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Ruley, Police Chief of the City of Brooklyn Park.
In Minnesota, local law enforcement officials held a press conference to announce that their own officers were being racially profiled by federal immigration agents.
We started hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this while off duty. Every one of these individuals is a person of color who has had this happen to them.
But we are at the beginning of this. We are 1 year into this administration. And now, thanks to the unprecedented $170 billion windfall from immigration
1 year in still implies that it's going to be a normal term, and I just don't believe that.
enforcement in Trump's one big beautiful bill. The administration has essentially a blank check to build the police state of its dreams. It is hard to keep the scale of what the Trump administration is building in your mind all at once. There is so much more happening than what is recorded on viral video clips. So I want to talk to someone who has been tracking it. Caitlin Dickerson is a journalist at The Atlantic. She's been covering immigration closely since Trump's first term. She won a Pulitzer Prize in 20.
Zyro is saying, that's not right, only the officers should be racially profiling, about the MPD officers getting racially profiled by ICE. Like, very seriously, that is the thought process. It's kind of galling to see MPD, literally the police department that killed George Floyd, and I'm aware there have been various pushes toward trying to be more progressive, more woke in how they're being cops, but they're cops, and they killed George Floyd, and like there is a kind of broad history of their department being just like, I think Big Joel did a video about it where he just called them a criminal organization. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, I'm back. And seeing them being like, no, this isn't right, we're being treated badly. It was just like, you're a fucking part of this. Like, can you just Can you read the room slightly and come forward? Like, we get that we are Minneapolis Police Department, literally the police department that killed George Floyd, and we think how ICE is acting is wrong and want to stop it. And instead it's like they're treating the police specifically badly is the only reason that they're like mad. That and like fighting over jurisdiction. Police hate it when other departments, other police forces take prisoners who are under their detention and make them their prisoners instead, because police are fucking people catchers and they don't like when their number of people they've caught goes down. B-Rat says, your article reminded my terminal grand strategy brain that we don't have any good way of pushing our advantage in the few cases we gain one, like Occupy, anti-ICE protests, or even large unionization waves, not starting virtuous cycles. The union should feed into other activities. Those activities should feed into yet more. That's what I'm saying. I think they will. Ultimately. Like, it's not that hard a thing for people to figure out. People do tend to figure it out. It's a thing that pops up all over the place. This is part of why I'm an anarchist. Like, I do believe that even the things like the methods of Marxism-Leninism are broadly ideas that people will themselves invent and repeat it and repeat the same processes. And so it's like, I don't think that we need like a leftist Ezra Klein. I'm not here trying to like do my own version of the Interesting Times podcast, where like leftists and organizers listen to like one like celebrity voice or whatever. You know, I get the retweet from, what's the equivalent to Barack Obama? George Soros, I guess. George Soros secretly pays to have my stuff put everywhere. And then people go, "Oh, great idea, Sophie. I'll build dual power that way." Like, it's a thing people will figure out, right? Like, but yes, it's very, very absent right now, and that is frustrating. So I hope, you know, it's not too long before people catch on that what they need to be doing in order to gain actual meaningful leverage to really hurt the bottom line of the capitalists and therefore make change is to be able to support a massive, massive strike. And if America could ideally just like completely shut down for even a couple of days, the administration would be done. Like, the size of damage to the American economy and even the world economy at this point, that would do, you would simply have them over a barrel. Walada says, maybe arrest the people, the bad people, as you are a police force. That is literally their job. It's their stated job. We know that their job is to defend capital, and to be the enforcement wing of the the fascist armed enforcement wing of the whims of the state. But they think their job, some of them anyway, think their job is to arrest the bad people. And there are ICE agents who are guys like, who yes have a government certification, but are like so barely a government agent. Like, there are postal workers who have been trained significantly longer and better than these guys they're giving guns to. It's disgusting. All right, let's keep going.
23 for reporting on Trump's family separation policy. Asked her on the show to walk me through, as clearly as she could, what this new infrastructure looks like, how it fits together, how it is being administered, what it is being used to do right now, and what that might mean for the future. As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com. Caitlin Dickerson, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
So I want to begin with some of the pieces of the immigration enforcement we have now. I think the agency people have heard the most about in the last year is ICE. What was ICE under Joe Biden, and how is it different now?
So ICE is responsible for immigration enforcement within the interior of the country, going after people who've made it across the border, are living in American cities, and who are subject to deportation. That's who they were under the Biden administration, and that's who they are now. The difference is how they go about that work. So really, since the Ford era, we've had some level of priorities that immigration enforcement officials are supposed to follow for who they should go after versus who they shouldn't. Because throughout the United States history, we've had lots of unauthorized immigrants. Some are thought of sort of societally and in the eyes of government as a problem, and others really not. They're minding their own business, they're doing jobs. And the Biden administration imposed the severest form or the strictest form of priorities that we'd seen historically, where ICE was directed only to go after people who had very serious criminal records. The rest of the undocumented population was left alone. So ICE officials had to get permission if they wanted to go after somebody and arrest them and deport them, and the bar was considered very high. Now, of course, there are no restrictions whatsoever. ICE has carte blanche permission to go after any immigrant in the United States without legal status.
I don't know if people saw this, but ICE was using mortars in Portland recently. Like actually using mortars to like fire. I guess it must have just been tear gas, but like they have missiles, so.
And ICE has always done lots of arrests, hundreds of thousands some years, and consistently gone after these people with serious criminal records. But central to their approach was to make arrests happen in a way that was meant to be as safe as possible and as seamless as possible. Not that this is going to sound great to people, but to describe it for you, what ICE agents did historically is that they would identify someone they wanted to arrest, do lots of work at a desk on a computer before they ever pursued this person to confirm their identity, to confirm they had no claim to legal status in the United States. Once that work was done, they would often go to the person's house at 5 or 6 in the morning, knock on the door, and try to take them into custody, often while other relatives are still sleeping and before they leave for work for the day. So,
This already sounds horrifying, and I'm genuinely, I am having some degree of difficulty pausing. If anyone more neurotypical wants to weigh in, like pausing the tone here, whether she knows she's describing something horrible, or whether she, because it's business as usual, thinks that what she's describing is something like quite morally acceptable, and them doing a good job of being like careful or something. I don't know.
I point out that...
Oh, also, I see we now have about 50 viewers, so new chatters, hi everyone. I don't think I've seen 50 people chatting, so say hi if you're lurking about and you wanna hang. Also, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. I'm trying to hit 150 today, and we've got about 120 to go. Between 50 viewers, that's less than £4, that's less than £3 each. That's pretty cool. So, small donations, very much welcome. Please donate to pay me for the work I'm doing at the moment.
This isn't going to sound great because, of course, what I'm talking about is a situation.
Sorry. Fuzzy Numbers says, I suppose the positive spin on what she's saying right now is that ICE is being more blatant, people can't ignore them. Yes, I think we're just going to have to get a bit deeper into it before we can tell for sure what she's trying to get at right now.
Situation where you'd have kids wake up in the morning and find out that their mom or dad was gone.
Okay.
But that approach was to minimize the kinds of chaos that we're seeing ICE really invite now. So I've talked to so many current and former ICE officials who are watching this happen, and they're really bewildered because it's
Anonymous,
as if ICE is now going against all of its former training to make arrests as dramatic as possible, to do them in the streets in front of the general public, kind of inviting conflicts that then lead to protesting and to escalations. And they're also filming a lot of these violent clashes, making them as dramatic as possible and prioritizing that over safety. It's really just such a significant...
So this aligns with, I can't remember who in the chat said it, possibly Prince Infidel, but the take that the terror is very much the point of what's going on right now. Yes, Prince Infidel said, the terror is clearly what I'm meant to take away, meant by the government to take away. And yeah, I think they are acting in terroristic ways. I think they do want to produce, a spectacle of anti-migrant violence for their base. And at the same time, I don't know how much I don't like this take from her. I mean, that the chaos is the problem, because firstly, the chaos is not the problem. The deeper structure here is the problem. The chaos is, if anything, like waking people up to the problem of the deeper structure here. But I don't know. I don't know if it's intentional or if they're just I don't know. Again, we'll keep watching. We'll see what her take is.
Significant change. It's hard to understate. And part of it, I think, is because they're trying to, and I'm sure we'll get into this, really spread a certain level of fear that's intended to encourage people to leave the country on their own so that they don't have to make as many arrests. You know, they want to encourage self-deportations. So it's absolutely the case that the look and feel of ICE is really different right now. I think people are right to feel that way. It's the massive increase in boots on the ground. It's the tactics that are being used. It's the locations that arrests are taking place. ICE had a policy that made courthouses, schools, and hospitals off limits for immigration enforcement for the same reason, to prioritize safety. That policy is now gone. And I think both for purposes of efficiency and getting as many deportations done as possible, but also playing into the drama, now you see ICE very frequently in those places.
I want to pick up on something you said there, which is that many of the videos we're seeing, many of the violent clashes we're seeing are staged to be that way. Something I've been tracking often with the Trump administration is the way it uses spectacle as policy, spectacle as message. Oftentimes, this is less true in immigration, but oftentimes they're not changing rules so much as they are doing things, making sure the thing spreads virally, mimetically, so people understand.
And this is down, like, this is... I don't know. This is quite a difficult one. Sundry Clownclaw 295 says there was a podcaster whose take on the difference between the Obama Red Men and the Trump 1 was that Obama's style was to provide results without noise, and the Trump 1 was a project by people who wanted the noise. Yeah, I find it a little bit difficult to pause this argument Ezra is making about it being spectacle and like the whole thing is just a production of Nazi terror. It's very much an ongoing situation. Them sending Tom Homan in and then Trump immediately contradicting what Tom Homan was saying. It's very difficult to tell whether they are going, okay, now we're going to do everything really boring and really downplayed so that no one has anything to protest about. That doesn't seem like the way they're going. Like, Minnesota seems still very actively under siege. I don't think that, like, this was just about making people scared and then changing to something quieter or whatever. I think that, like... But I suppose he hasn't said that it's, like, over or whatever. I just, I'm skeptical of his focus on spectacle here.
That this government is...
I think there are elements that definitely are excessively spectacular, like Greg Bavino and his, like, Nazi cosplay was very much a spectacle of this stuff. But I think you can also see a degree to which they are scared of making things too hot. Like, they did reshuffle. Like, they did pull back and regroup. They got Greg Bavino out of there. And, like, I think things were getting a bit too hot for them. Like, just before they did that, right after Good and Pretty were killed, you know, people were, like, ambushing ICE agents and, like, getting their shit because the ICE agents would just abandon their vehicles. Now currently they're setting up, like, checkpoints to make it so that ICE just can't enter their neighborhoods. Like, And again, that's focusing more on the organizing of the defense directly. And again, I think that what they should be focusing on organizing is building up a base from which they can strike. But they are there, and I'm not. I'm here. But the fact that they're doing that, shows a city that's very much still under siege.
Different. Things are...
And I think that the Trump admin earnestly became scared of losing control of the situation and have had to regroup. And I don't think that was just a show. B-Rat says, the focus on the element of spectacle to me feels very callous, because it's kind of putting the murder and violence in second place. Oh, sorry. Putting the murder and violence in second place, or even goes unmentioned sometimes. I think it's very easy to fall into a bit of a dialectical failure, like one extreme or another, with this particular issue. Hey, Vodrella, lovely to have you here. Hey, Jenny, I don't think I've said hi to you so far. I think it's easy with the issue of the spectacle of violence to... how do I want to say this? Yes, I'm going to go back to fall into a dialectical failure, right? It's either this thing or it's this thing, and they're mutually exclusive, and it can't be that it's a complicated midpoint or something that shares qualities of both. It has to be the one or the other. And so, like, Ezra is doing the one take, it's all spectacle. And it's easy to respond to that with the opposite take. No, it's real. It's disrespectful to say that it's spectacle or whatever. And it's not that, right? It's everything has a spectacle. Every everything that is known of has an attached spectacle, no matter how real and no matter how tragic and no matter how extreme or brutal or cruel as a subject of fascist repression it is. It still has a spectacle. But I think that Ezra Klein, sitting in his office in the New York Times, doing his meditation, what was it? I am of the nature to grow sick. I am of the nature to lose the ones I love. I am of the nature to grow old. I am of the nature to die. How then shall I live? Right? And then he's naming 5 things he can see, and 4 things he can hear, and 3 things he can touch, and 2 things he can smell, and 1 thing he can taste. He's doing the breathing exercise where you watch the little thing. I am of the nature not to know my role. Jenny fucking got him. Yeah. Get wrecked, Ezra. He's so regulated. He's so calm. He's cool as a cucumber. He's absolutely zen. And he's experiencing something extremely dissonant and dissociative, which is violence, which is spectacle of extreme violence within his country, just a few states over. And he's like, this is all it's all spectacle. It's all being staged for my personal benefit. I'm just a little birthday boy, and President Donald Trump is personally staging for me, for my benefit, all of this stuff, so that I can see it and commentate on it. It's all spectacle. And it's easy in the face of someone like that to go, hey, fuck you, that's real. And that to be an emotional instinct. There is a spectacle attached to it. The spectacle is having an effect. It's probably true that the Trump administration is quite conscious of spectacle and how to manipulate it. So far, they have behaved like they are conscious of that. But I am of the nature to not know what I do, but do it nonetheless. That's a good one. That's just... That's very good. Valerie, the lovely Italian, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here. Mama Sofshinsky, welcome to the stream. Have you chatted before? It doesn't say you're a first-time chatter, but I don't remember you in the stream before. 3 whole messages. Whoa. Ah, the previous ones were before the stream hiatus. Welcome to the stream either way. Lovely to have you here. And you said, why do you think they're choosing to stay in that area instead of going to a different city? Like, going to a city with less resistance. So I think that they are looking for a symbolic victory to some degree. So again, this lends some credence to the spectacle side of the argument. I think they are going for a symbolic victory because it's where the George Floyd uprisings began. It's where George Floyd was killed. It's where the AIM, American Indian Movement, is headquartered. It's where a lot of people who, as a result of the 2020 uprisings, were talking about defunding the police, and therefore a lot of the like attached activist and organizer scene exists there. There are places where there is a more renowned and potentially larger activist and organizer scene in America: Seattle, Portland, New York, Atlanta, all spring to mind. But yeah, I think it being right there, I think it being somewhat distant from some places, it being not one of the biggest cities like New York or LA, although fairly big, and it being a symbolic victory. They want to pick a target they think they can beat that will send a strong message to everywhere else to resist less. But it's not going great for them. So, Walada says, they make propaganda by doing certain deeds, doesn't mean the deeds are not done or not effective, nor that there is no propaganda effect. Maybe this should get a name for the history books. Well, yes, I mean, this is exactly Ezra Klein's analysis. This is why he brought up propaganda of the deed on a previous episode that we watched, when he was talking about the way Trump uses spectacle and the kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro. Sundry Clownclaw says, it's where Ilhan Omar lives. Yeah, okay, there's that, yeah. Yeah, I think there are reasons why Minneapolis, rather than Minnesota, Minneapolis is on their shit list in particular. And I think they would like to just beat one place. They would like it to be the biggest place they can beat, and then that make it easy for them everywhere. But they literally don't have the forces to. If there was rioting in half the major cities in America, they wouldn't have the forces to contain it, like, very seriously. There are some people who claim it's even just a few of them simultaneously. But yeah, certainly if there were general strikes, they would be fucked. But they are trying to stop the situation getting out of control, and like the more immediate thing rather than strikes that they're worried about in terms of it getting out of control is disrespect for law enforcement and rioting. So yeah, I think they are pursuing a strategy that is in some sense spectacular, but I don't think that it's like all that, because there is also the element of strategy on the ground of how they're trying to approach Minneapolis. Fuzzy Numbers says Minnesota is also the only state that didn't vote for Reagan's second term. That's a fascinating tidbit. I didn't know that. Okay, we're going to get back to it. We have £110 to go on the dono goal. Everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. Hello again to VOD watchers. I hope you're enjoying the VOD so far. I've been really appreciating. I've seen several, probably half a dozen people now come through and say, hi, I'm a long-term VOD watcher and I love your VODs, and I'm now subscribing to Patreon in the Patreon welcome survey. I've really, really appreciated that. Yeah, anyone else who does that, I would really appreciate that too. And it's a great time to subscribe to my Patreon, because I'm actually putting up a bunch of stuff this month. Some of it only for patrons. Ooh. That was stupid. But chatters, if everyone donated £2, what would it be? £2.20 right now, we would get basically the whole way there to the goal immediately. So even little donations count quite a lot, and big donations are also obviously really nice, and then I go buy myself a pizza with them. Okay, let's carry on with the podcast. Yay! Everyone's favorite podcast, the Ezra Klein Show. Ezra. Okay, let's listen to this.
Different now. Mm-hmm. And I'd be curious to hear, and partly from maybe some of these past conversations you're having with former ICE officials, what they make of the propaganda, what they make of the videos, what they make of the clips, what they make of the visual spectacle being constructed around it all.
When it comes to the former law enforcement officials, what they make of the propaganda is grave concern, because they feel like it's taking away from the legitimacy of this agency. I mean, ICE, people will tell you, has always kind of been the redheaded stepchild of federal law enforcement. It's a less prestigious.
I remember her saying this from last time. What a crazy thing to say.
Job. It's easier to get into than other federal law enforcement agencies, and it's always politicized. And so there was this real emphasis to learn the law and to...
Damn, dog. Why is it always politicized? Why do the people snatchers who come and just like take your neighbors at 5 a.m. in the morning and leave children like parentless, why is that always politicized? It's just kind of crazy that it's always like, come on.
To apply the law with a certain degree of professionalism to kind of give ICE more legitimacy as a serious federal law enforcement agency. My best impression of the situation is that whereas before there was very thorough training to explain what are people's civil rights, what is immigration law, what are your authorities, and what are not your authorities as a deportation officer, now training is dramatically truncated, and basically the message has come down.
Million Peaches says, politics in my government police force? I know, right? It's absolutely crazy. It's like, it's actually a more extreme example, but it's like when people think that the FBI is like a sort of apolitical body that is like above everything because they would be the ones who investigate things like the president being corrupt or whatever. And it's like, the FBI murdered fucking Fred Hampton. They definitely killed Fred Hampton. I can say that one. Martin Luther King's close family maintain to this day that the FBI probably killed him. Or at the very least caused his death. But yeah, I mean, like, thinking that ICE isn't political, it's just like, that one's such an immediate litmus test when you're like the imperial core capital country and you're just the dead center of like the accumulation of imperialist wealth in the world, and like a ton of your economy runs on migrant labor. Like most of the food that you eat is picked by migrants, many of them with precarious immigration statuses or even undocumented. And just like all of this has not changed the fact that being pro-ICE is like a fascist belief. Like it requires at first pass the dehumanization of other human beings in your country. All of this has, laid that bare. But like, it was always the case. It was always just absolutely the case that like it's just a fascist thing to be like pro-ICE, and that's just some real fascism that the American government has been doing the whole time. Many such cases. Oh, thank you so much, Mama Sufshinsky, for tipping £3 and saying, first heard of you on Knowledge Fight, and I love your YouTube videos. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's really lovely. Thank you.
Do what you got to do to bring people into custody. So what I'm hearing from these former officials is that the propaganda and the videos are taking away from that impression, really making the public quite skeptical of them. And they feel the same way about the fact that officers now are routinely wearing masks and refusing to identify themselves. All of it sort of takes away from how seriously they're viewed as a law enforcement agency.
Who is ICE now? One of the things that surprised me when doing research for this episode was recognizing that now most of its enforcement agents are new recruits.
That's right. So we had about 7,000 ICE agents.
I mean, they dectupled, or whatever the word is for multiplied by 10. They inflated by 10 the ICE budget in the new adjustment. And I think that's the one in the big beautiful bill. A lot of the changes only come in next year, I think, like after the midterms by design, especially like cuts to Medicare. But I don't know how soon. I'm going to check in the other tab just now, like how the ICE budget has been changed. But I know they have recently massively inflated it. And I believe there are like more massive inflations coming when the big beautiful bill fully kicks in.
Toward the end of the Biden administration, and the Trump administration says that they've hired 12,000 people since then. Some percentage are people who'd retired from immigration enforcement before, so they have some experience. But we're talking about a lot of new faces. They're trying to hire as many former law enforcement agents as they can, just to bring people in with some familiarity with how to do.
Hang on, chat. Hang on. I've had something in the other tab. I need to show you very important here. How do I... Oh, this is important. Chat, is this real?
Type of work, but they're...
Chat, I need your help. Chat, is this real? This person is claiming to be Obama, but they are anonymous, so it's impossible to tell. But they say that Obama does endorse my podcast and also 10 trillion to bombing children. And that's the biggest thing that tips me off that this probably is the real Obama, is that he included his favorite hobby, striking children with hellfire from the sky, from so high up they can't even see it coming. That is his favorite thing. And like, if you know Barry, as I do, you know he loves that. So that's probably a pretty strong tip-off. That's actually... Wow. There we go. I should probably include the link to the stream when I answer this, so Obama can come watch.
There are lots of people, it seems, within this new workforce who have absolutely no experience and who are learning how to enforce the law, how to carry a weapon, how to interact with the public, just starting from square one right now.
When you look at the way they're recruiting, when you look at the images they're using to recruit, the videos they're using to recruit, who do they seem to be targeting to you?
So it varies. Some of the messaging says that the Department of Homeland Security is looking to hire patriots, looking to hire people who want to defend and protect the country. But we're also seeing a lot of explicit references to white nationalist ideas and the kind of dog whistles that we've all become used to when Trump is president. So they've used...
All right, let's look at this article. ICE is now richer than most of the world's militaries thanks to Trump's new funding. This should clarify when the funding comes in and whether that's in now. ICE's annual budget increased from 8.7 billion to 27.7 billion. Hey, powerful finger, welcome to the chat. It's nice to have you here. Okay. ICE, the federal law enforcement agency primarily tasked with carrying out President Donald Trump's mass deportation agenda, now has a larger budget than most of the world's militaries. Through the president's signature domestic policy, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, ICE's annual budget is expected to increase from $8.7 billion to approximately $27.7 billion, with $75 billion allocated for the agency over the next 4 years. Okay, so... it's going to keep going up, is the idea. Or this is the yearly budget. Either way, it has the $27 billion now. I think that's an important understanding we've come to. Powerful Finger 123 says, my country of 1.8 million people have GDP smaller than 20 billion. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Okay, so yes, ICE has massively expanded, is the point they were making, and that means that most of ICE is brand new recruits with shit training, just people who are really into the Department of Homeland Security's social media channels. Yay! That's exactly the kind of people that we should be giving guns to. Yay!
Slogans, they've referenced songs, they've used images that speak to manifest destiny and this idea that the United States was a land intended for white people, and really language that I think to people who are unfamiliar with these phrases, it just seems kind of weird. It seems kind of old-fashioned, strange, and odd. But the fact is that if you're a member of the Proud Boys or you're a follower of QAnon, you recognize these exact phrases that are being used as a kind of call to action and to apply for a job as an ICE agent.
I want to play you a clip from Stephen Miller, who went on TV to deliver a message to ICE agents under fire for brutality and aggression.
To all ICE officers, you have federal immunity in the conduct of your duties. And anybody who lays a hand on you or tries to stop you or tries to obstruct you is committing a felony. You have immunity to perform your duties, and no one, no city official, no state official, no illegal alien, no leftist agitator or domestic insurrectionist can prevent you from fulfilling your legal obligations and duties. And the Department of Justice has made clear that if officials cross that line into...
He's number one. Like, he's absolutely number one for, like, the mutant administration, right? Like, he looks like an actual worm. Like, actually, if you put, like, a worm from, like, Worms 3D or whatever in a suit, he looks just like that. Like a Nazi thumb. Like, this guy is so fucking bad to see. Like, honestly... His body's the moves his body is taking to make him look worse as time goes on. Like, his fucking eyebrows are gonna fall off next, I swear to God. He's gonna look even more like a thumb in a suit, like a little fascist thumb with Shrek ears. Fuck this guy. This guy is so fucking bad to see. Like, you get people like Hegseth who look like someone AI generated, like, handsome army guy, you know? And it's like, he's uncanny to look at. He's upsetting to look at because he's uncanny. And same with, like, J.D. Vance. Like, J.D. Vance very much looks like someone wearing a person mask. RFK Jr. looks like fucking... He looks like he's in constant pain. And he looks very much like they've used the same, like, the same core... sauce or serum or whatever that they make all the other Kennedys from, but it's like the last dregs. Like, they've truly drained every last bit out of him. But Stephen Miller, this Nazi fuck, this worthless waste of skin, Stephen Miller is just a mutant. Like, holy shit, is this guy bad to look at. Sorry, Sorry, I just got into the end of that and realized, like, I don't usually like making fun of people's appearances, but just, like, this stupid Goebbels-ass little bitch, like, really sets off something with me. Like, fuck this guy. Anyway.
To obstruction, into criminal conspiracy against the United States. Or...
You know what he looks like? He looks like Buster Bluth. If Buster Bluth were a fucking Nazi.
Against ICE officers, then they will face justice.
What do you make of that?
I make of that Miller's trying to communicate to ICE and to these new members of ICE in particular that they will not face consequences.
Prince Infidel says, Sophie, that's an insult to mutants. Powerful Finger 123 says, how about our favorite TV doctor, Dr. Mehmet Oz? Dr. Mehmet Oz looks like... He always looked like a fucking mutant, like, since day one. But, like, as he gets older, he looks more and more like a guy wearing an old fat guy suit. Like, the way that people did, like, the way people used to do pretty janky looking makeup in the era of, like, TNG, when there'd be an episode where one second. when there'd be an episode where like Picard gets super old or whatever, and it would just look really fucking janky and really clapped. I think that when he looked less like the old fat guy suit makeup, Mehmet Oz, I've just changed the wrong thing. I think Dr. Oz, he had the uncanny appearance of someone animated in the way of like the old Zelda animation, or like the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings. There's just a quality to his face. But now he looks like he's been like, now people do that people do that on purpose, the like janky looking wrinkle makeup or whatever, and it's like even more exaggerated and heightened. So when there's a bit in a TV show about someone wearing makeup for a TV show, they do that deliberately, like too much makeup. And that's what that dusty motherfucker looks like. Dr. Oz, like, is wearing too much makeup as a matter of stating plain fact. Like, that guy shouldn't be as caked all over his face with whatever he's wearing, and he looks bad, and it looks fucking creepy. And seeing him with the level of, like, whatever is going on there, because I think he's had fillers as well. Chat, we've gone so far off the rails. This is like... If you enjoyed that, use command tip, but I feel bad we've gone so far off the rails. Apple Chips the video game saying, go off queen. Oh dear. Squadles, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here. Pee-wee Gerbles, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Wallada says, he's saying ICE agents have the right to raid Fort Bragg and the base commander will comply. Maybe they should test that idea, just to be sure who is right. And Million Peaches says, Fort Bragg versus ICE would go crazy, Lamau. First time chatter, don't like the juice, says hello, and then says, what do you think about the Jews? Bro, what the fuck? Get out of here. Like, fucking get out, like... Stupid Nazi bitch. Right. We're back on the podcast now. Here we go.
For use of force specifically. I think he's speaking to the ICE officer who shot Renee Good in Minnesota last week and killed her, but also to officers who've used tear gas, who've pushed and shoved and arrested protesters, who've claimed that people who are filming them are impeding arrests and using that as a pretense to either take those people into custody or have some sort of violent altercation with them. It is very striking. I was talking to one former ICE official who told me that, you would always fear discharging your weapon in an interaction, even a potentially violent and a dangerous one. Usually the concern was that officers would be too unwilling to use their gun because they worried about potential repercussions. And there were all these layers of investigation that would take place after a shooting. And so his fear when he was in ICE for 30 years was that he wouldn't use his gun in a moment when he needed to. And now it's almost as if the opposite fear is true. And we've seen within ICE people losing their jobs.
Here, just to finally try and discern if she's just describing things as they have been, or if she really thinks this is fine. I'd love if there was an interjection from her, or maybe our specialist boy Ezra, as the guy interviewing here, could be like, which one's worse? Officers are too afraid to use their guns, or officers are too unafraid to use their guns? Which of those is a worse situation? I think it's pretty clear which one's the worst situation. Sorry. I just think that's very obvious. But again, I guess I'm really trying to be as charitable as possible here. Maybe she is not trying to describe this like she thinks it's fine. Morrigan the Fae, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here. And Morrigan the Fae has just put command tip in chat, setting a wonderful example to all chatters. And also, hi VOD watchers. Hello to the VOD watchers. I'm going to speak to you again for a second and do the third ad plug so far on the VOD, I think. If you're a regular VOD watcher and you enjoy watching my stuff, if you've just been enjoying this one, for that matter, you can support me either with direct donations or on my Patreon. And chatters, I'm trying to hit the goal of 150 this stream, and if we do that, I will add on an extra stream to next month, and we'll hang out and play some video games, and I think that would be a nice time. We are £108 away from hitting that goal right now, so I'm actually going to use a calculator for it this time. The 62 people watching, dividing £108, £1 75 pence. There we go. Everyone please donate exactly £1 75 pence. I think it would be quite funny after the number of times I've said this, if one time chat really did just like fucking rush the link and then like not donate at all the rest of the stream. Like rather than it being donations throughout the stream, it does just like as I'm describing it go boop immediately. That would be nuts. Yeah, Jenny Azoth here with a really good point. Sorry, I think we watched someone commit a murder at the beginning of this podcast, and that cop was real comfortable pulling the trigger several times. They don't need to be any more comfortable with that, no. Yeah, absolutely. Like, abso-fucking-lutely. This is what I mean. Like, if she's describing two situations, one where cops are too afraid to shoot, and one where cops are so super fine with shooting people, that's fucked. Anonymous, thank you so much for donating £2. Million Peaches saying, the classic problem of cops too hesitant to murder people. It's like, firstly, there are plenty of countries where cops are broadly unarmed and do their jobs fine. Secondly, like, Morrigan the Fae, thank you so much for tipping £20. Oh my goodness. Shout out to my main man, DJ Mule. I donated to him the other day and shouted out you, and it was kind of awkward, so he told me I had to donate to you and shout him out. Okay, well, shout out DJ Mule. Everyone, if you aren't already, should follow DJ Mule, my co-host on Red Planet, and you should make sure also to come to Red Planet Live on Twitch. The channel is called Red Planet Live on Sunday at 8 p.m. UK time. Ninny, thank you so much for tipping £1.75. It's like the actual thing is happening. This is actually really lovely. Yes, you should all come watch Red Planet. We are speaking to Marcus this week. I've forgotten what Marcus regularly does because he's a streamer, I believe, that Mule watches. And I know it is I don't think it's an America-focused. It might be to do with Cuba, actually. It's going to be an interesting episode. And then, as I've said earlier on this stream, next week there is an interview that I pre-recorded with a friend of mine who does, a friend and comrade who does various forms of community organizing, kind of centered around community self-defense and not gun control, but like gun training. Bear thee well. Fantastic username. Welcome to the chat. It says you're a first-time chatter. Seriously, wonderful username. Said, did she just say ICE has been around for 30 years? It's been 23. Yeah, it's part of DHS, right? That's what I thought too. Hey Zelda says, I feel like this convo has shifted from what's the right amount of red tape for authoritarian power to be used properly to what's the right amount of red tape in a cop's head for their direct violence to be used correctly. Morrigan the Fae, next dono I should just start shouting out streamers who don't exist. Shout out Shroobles McDoubles. Shout out Shroobles McDoubles.
High-level officials losing their jobs because they're not delivering enough deportations. They're not being
Oh shit, okay, thank you so much, Slotchaflora, for tipping £5. I've been sporadically watching your vids since around 2019. Wow. That's absolutely crazy. That's basically the year I started YouTube. That's holy shit. Wow, thank you. Okay, chat is trying to derail me to the maximum degree here. Jenny, that's a very funny message, and I'm not going to engage with it right now because I need to actually get through this fucking podcast.
Aggressive enough. And so I think Miller is just underscoring that argument that you're not going to get in trouble for being too aggressive. And in fact, the only thing you will get in trouble for is not being aggressive enough.
Tell me about that high-level purge or turnover of leadership.
So it's happened a couple of different times. The very head of ICE was replaced, a deputy was replaced, and then we've also seen several field office directors. So the ICE has the country divided into individual field offices, and those directors are the people who are overseeing the officers carrying out these deportations, talking to them on a daily basis, communicating quotas and guidelines. And we've seen a significant number of those field office directors taken off of their duties and replaced with officials from the Border Patrol. I think that's really significant because the Border Patrol in general, reputationally, is viewed even within the Department of Homeland Security as a tougher and more, wild, wild west almost type of environment that they tend to work in. But also there are legal differences. What people's rights are at the border are different from their rights within the interior of the country.
So I'm glad you brought up Border Patrol because I said at the beginning that I think people have heard the most about ICE. But a lot of the very aggressive raids we're seeing now are led by, certainly include Border Patrol. So tell me a bit about how that agency's mission and...
Border Tactical, might have been the ones who are using mortars. Some of the most intensely militarized stuff that's been happening has been Border Patrol Tactical Force, who are like... Well, I guess we'll hear some about them now, but my impression is that they are better, broadly better trained, and also as fascist as ICE, and have been basically, although they're not meant to be operating on the interior of the country, they've been tagging along to Portland and Minneapolis and LA because they don't want to miss out on all the fash fun. Isn't that nice? They get to play with their toys, firing mortars on their own citizenry. Completely insane. Socha Flora saying, I remember seeing a video you made around Fallout New Vegas around Christmas that year. That was one of my favorite videos and I didn't make that actually, my twin brother did. But that was one of my favorite videos that he made. Really delightful and kind of makes me sad that I took those videos down in honor of his memory. He died. But that was a good one, and I think about it a lot, especially how neatly the ending line wrapped up the whole thing. That was a cute one. Sometimes I think about putting all that stuff back up. I think if I was going to do it, I would do it right before some other kind of release on my channel so that it wouldn't be the most recent thing. But just putting up all of the old videos, just so they're there. I don't know. Sometimes I feel a bit sad that they're not there, and I know a lot of people miss them. There's one big thing holding me back, which is Dagnow, thank you so much for tipping £20 and 1 pence. Love the work. Hope you get to have that pizza. Holy shit. I mean, if I hit the goal tonight, I'll probably get myself a pizza right away. Actually, I have some leftovers. I'll get myself a pizza tomorrow. You could have them in an unlisted playlist or something. Yeah, I mean, they're currently unlisted and all my patrons can access them just fine. I should possibly advertise to people that patrons can access them because they might feel compelled to do that. But I would feel kind of weird about people paying to see those videos. Less weird than I would about people paying to see me do some freak shit, really. Sorry, more weird about that, I mean. But I think that I don't know. I just think sometimes that I will go and put up go and put those all back up. Jenny Azoth, thank you. That was exactly the thing I needed to remember. I was about to say before that big donation, thank you again to Degnow. The main thing that's holding me back from doing that, putting those old videos back up, is that what I really want to do is remake the Control video because it's about twins, and obviously we're twins, me and my dead brother, and I would like to remake the video with modern additions and edits and put myself in it. I think that would be a really cute time. Maybe at some point I'll do that, and then I'll put all the rest of them back up. Maybe with an in memoriam, actually. That would be really sweet, actually, to just do like a short in memoriam video explaining the situation, explaining how my twin died, eaten by Italians, and then just saying, yeah, you know, all these are up now to memorialize him. Anyway, that's enough ruminating for now. Thank you so much to the people who've donated. I really appreciate that. We've jumped so far forward on the dono bar now. Again, we're trying to hit 150. It's now at 90, so it's 60 to go. There's 50 people watching. We've been around this number all night. It's now in the range of being like £1 each, which is pretty cool. So again, small donations are really, really appreciated. Socha Flora says control resonance will give you a good excuse for a follow-up. That is what I've been thinking too. We'll see what happens. We're going to carry on with the video. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. Small donations are welcome and are not, unappreciated or overlooked.
Focus have changed, over the past 18 months.
So the border has been relatively, compared to the past, empty since Trump took office. And so you have a lot of border officials who are available and have been detailed to American cities to support ICE. And I think that you're seeing the difference in the way that they're used to working in these interactions that we're watching in American cities. Border Patrol officials operate in a different constitutional zone. Border Patrol officials have a lot more freedom when it comes to how they stop and question people, what source of information they can access. Very different from the Fourth Amendment protections that we're used to in the interior of the country. And I think some of the differences that we're seeing in how interior arrests look now versus how they did in the past may simply come down to training.
Let me pick up on what you said at the beginning there, which is that the border has been very quiet since Trump took over.
Okay, I do increasingly feel, and this is unsurprising for anyone who is like working closely with law enforcement in the way that she says that she is, which is like she's having these intense conversations and whatever. She exists here to do apologia for the police and for police forces in general. This is going to be a thoroughly liberal take on all this stuff. I think we're deep enough into the podcast at nearly 20 minutes to say, yeah, she does view a bunch of this stuff as normal and part of the status quo. Emo Commie, thank you so much for tipping £10 and saying, oh, thank you. Emo Commie, thank you for tipping £10 and saying, I read the entire Mars trilogy because of your video on it. Love your work. Thank you so much. And I would love to hear, if you're around, what you thought of the Mars trilogy. As you know from watching my video, it's my absolute favorite books. And I think they're wonderful. And they had a huge impact on how I understand revolution and the world and history and people to some degree. I'm really glad that you read them. Like, that's one of the best things I can hear about that video, is that it got more people to read those books because I just love them so much. Logos Steve says in chat, she's completely wrong. Fourth Amendment applies to anyone on US soil. What is the Fourth Amendment? Fourth Amendment. Prohibits unreasonable searches and seizures and sets requirements for issuing warrants. Yeah, I mean, I think that part of the Constitution, specifically going against unreasonable searches and seizures, this is one of those places where, like, the system was always going to rot here. You can't have something like no unreasonable searches and seizures, but reasonable searches and seizures, and not have power do what it's going to do over time and corrode that supposed defense against governmental tyranny. You just have to have a different systemic approach to it in the first place. Toxion777 in chat saying, I got read Mars, but I've not read it yet. That's really hype. Thank you for saying. That's really lovely. Okay, let's carry on.
Trump did run for office promising to secure the southern border. I remember talking to Biden administration officials often during his term, and there was a huge...
Liz Nene says, yeah, like, cruel and unusual is pretty subjective if you want it to be. Yeah, I mean, I think, like, punishments broadly are cruel, right? So, like, I'm already at odds with a bunch of people on what would define cruel, and as for unusual, you can solve that problem by doing whatever cruel thing you're doing often, right? Like, by normalizing it. Logos Steve says, the language is vague, it's true, but the point is she is sleight of handing what it even means. I see, because she's saying it applies to citizens, but it is meant to apply to anyone actually within the United States. This is, I think, gets again back to the broad problem here, which is that, as I said earlier, to be pro-ICE is a fascist thing, and it didn't just become that recently during Trump too. It's been a fascist thing the whole time because it requires not properly respecting the humanity and dignity of migrants within the United States, which is a country that firstly is a settler colonialist project, so like is all migrants, and secondly has a strongly racially divided workforce and benefits from migrant labor enormously, like all imperial core countries, and massively exploits migrant labor. And so if you're going to have that many people in your country and not view them as having the same rights as everyone else, you're in a sticky situation to begin with, you know? Vodrella says, when the US Constitution amendments come up, I'm always remembering the 13th Amendment. This is the one that betrayed black people in the emancipation, right? Like the 13th Amendment is the one that I think that I haven't bothered to look loads into American constitutional law, despite finding it kind of on the face quite interesting, because I just think we live in a time when it's all going to be defined by what's possible and not what's like technically allowed. And so like setting yourself up for having lots of arguments about what's in the Constitution seems like a good way to waste a lot of time. Yes, this was the thing. Outlawing slavery except as a punishment. That's exactly the one. Trans Tina Talks, welcome to the chat. It's nice to have you here. You said, OMG, I got off work early and caught a stream live for once. You actually missed me responding to your comments, so you'll have to watch the start of the VOD over again. Vodrella saying abolishes slavery except as punishment for crimes. Yes, this is like... It says to me a lot about the punitive mindset. Like, that people can agree as a fundamental principle on something so intensely, like slavery is wrong, but not as a punishment. That's crazy, you know. That really says something about people who believe that, like, you know, the wicked must be punished. Logos Steve says, Ezra is the white moderate MLK warned us about, I swear. That's how the conversation with Ta-Nehisi Coates felt, I swear. Orcspecker saying, and first time chat, welcome to the chat, supporting ICE is inherently without question an economically, culturally, and socially a blue quadrant upper right-wing belief by default. Bear thee well. Again, I like your username, but now Twitch is telling me that you made your account just a minute ago. Not a minute ago, 17 minutes ago. And it's flagging you as a possible ban evader. So, you're coming up as suspicious, according to the cyber police. That's so stupid. Sorry, I launched into that just based on seeing a notification on my thing, and I probably shouldn't have even told you about it. Million Peaches, slavery is wrong unless you deserve it. Yeah, absolutely, and the death penalty is wrong unless you deserve it. And since we have we were talking about the social murder thing, you know, ostracism is wrong unless you deserve it, and getting maimed is wrong unless you deserve it, and like it's just like the punitive mindset is just so insane, and so open to the manipulation of the most sinister and repugnant oppressive forces, as with slavery is wrong unless it's a punishment. Okay, let's carry on with this.
Upsurge in people crossing the border, people being stopped at the border. And you would get all these explanations that made it seem like it was quite out of their control, that there were all these things happening in Latin America and, you know, problems in Venezuela and people fleeing. And they often treated it as outside the realm of policy. Now, in the last year of Biden's administration, they began to change policy and border crossings seemed to go down. What has Trump done, though?
Bear V. Wells says, not a ban of Vader, I promise. Did create this account to keep up on Twitch, though. I shouldn't have told you because I think all it can do at this point is stress you out, and I'm sorry I did. I don't think you're a ban of Vader. I will simply ban anyone who starts acting shitty in the chat. So it's like, it's kind of neither here nor there. I didn't mean to accuse you. I'm sorry about it. Watan18, hello, welcome to the stream today. It's lovely to have you here. Orcspacker says political compass. So hang on, I missed a previous message here then. Culturally and socially, blue quadrant, upper right wing, blue. Political compass. Yes, no, I did get that it was that. I just didn't. I don't know. I was slightly somewhere else. Sorry. Sorry. I think every political compass bad video comes from people who get weird about acknowledging multipolarity in its most basic form. Sorry, I'll get back to that. I'm so easily stun-locked today. I'm just like derailing off of derails. But Cyclone Dusk, welcome to the chat. First time chatter, lovely to have you here. Says, the intrusive thoughts one, I hear Banner Vader. My brain envisions a Sith Lord in yellow armor. Banana Vader. Thank you. I enjoyed that a lot. Orcspecker says, I think every political compass bad video comes from people who get weird about acknowledging multipolarity in its most basic form. I think the political compass is broadly quite useful. I think looking very intensely at human tendencies in culture and politics and philosophy, you can wind up at something that's broadly just quite like the political compass. And I've done this before. Like, I think there are like changes that you could make to it to improve it, but I don't think it's like actually all that bad a way of laying out the broad spectrum of like what people, at least currently and for a long time in world culture, believe in politically. I think that like the main issue I think is like libertarian right and authoritarian left. Like, these make just less sense as quadrants. And the way I saw this solved was by my dear friend Cassie, who is no longer online, actually. She had a great video, which was about the political compass as viewed through the lens of positive and negative freedoms. So just like, rather than saying authoritarian or libertarian, just say you believe more that society should enable you to do things you otherwise wouldn't be able to do, or you believe more that society shouldn't stop you doing things that you want to do. And like that immediately solves it, right? It's like the authoritarian left want to enable people to want the state to maximally work towards like greater achievements as a collective, and the libertarian right want the government not to stop them from doing a bunch of Little St. James stuff. Anyway, very derailed, very solidly derailed. Apparently we're in the middle of a hype train. I've never understood properly what a hype train is supposed to do, but I appreciate that people are giving me money. Please, if you're enjoying the stream, subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. I'm trying to hit £150 today. We are now at a point where less than £1 each would be needed from everyone watching to get us past the goal. But let's get back to watching the podcast. After this comment, Nadia Yvette, hey, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here. Says the entire Western Bloc is ruled by the Epstein clique. None of any of this has any legitimacy. ICE, the DHS, the FBI, Gendarmerie, Bundespolizei, MI5, Met Police, none of it has any legitimacy anymore. It didn't before. That's my hot tip for everyone. It just always goes back to the same thing, which is Graeber's thing, right? The secret truth at the heart of society is that it's a thing we made up and we could just make differently, right? And like this is acknowledged in so many places, but if we're talking about the police, like the Pelian principles of policing by consent is a core demonstration of this. They have to have us think that we want them there and convince us that we asked to be policed in order to be policed, you know? It just bothers me that more people don't see that. I'm not saying that you don't see this, but I just like Cyclone Dusk, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime and also gifting a subscription to Queer of Umar. Okay. Missed the hype cutoff. That's okay. I really appreciate the subscriptions anyway. We're going to carry on with the podcast. And shortly, we're going to take another little hot drink and bathroom break for my benefit and anyone else who wants to take advantage of the moment as well. Bear thee well saying, I think Kristi Noem said recently, this is what the voters chose. That is more to do with the fascist will to power and fascists needing to keep up the idea that they represent the people's will. You know, the silent majority stuff.
To basically, I don't want to say end people coming to southern border, but you look at the numbers and it is very, very, very low. What is the lesson of that?
So I don't think the lesson is that the changes in numbers of people crossing the border is solely due to policy. I hear what you're saying. I'm very familiar with this debate. And I think that circumstances outside the United States and outside American policy are very relevant. I think a lot of times missing from that conversation is acknowledgement of the fact that there was a global pandemic and an incredible pent-up demand for crossing borders, given the way that international economies struggled so much. You know, the U.S. recovered better than any country in the world economically. And so it makes sense that coming out of the pandemic with travel restrictions lifting abroad and with so many other countries suffering more than they were previously, that there was a huge pent-up demand that contributed to the increase in people who crossed the border under the Biden administration. You know, you had millions of people leave Venezuela because of falling apart within that country and the regime there and the economy and public safety. You know, political dissidents were being jailed and killed, et cetera. And so at a certain point, everybody who was able to leave Venezuela has left Venezuela. So I think there can be a real problem with just taking a slice of a moment in time and saying, you know, the Biden administration had record-breaking immigration and leaving it at that to suggest that that only factors that had to do with the Biden administration and their policies were at fault for these really high numbers.
I don't think I would say only factors, but I think I would be I think I'd be surprised, although tell me if this is your view, that the sense of American cruelty and the signal sent by the Trump administration and by these videos and by networks of immigrants coming here and what it is like to be here. I'm not saying it is good. I don't think you should close the border through sheer cruelty, but the numbers are very, very, very low.
And it's definitely having an impact. So getting to the other side of the conversation now, I completely agree with you. And I think there are a couple things going on here. Policy-wise, Trump is sort of riding the wave of...
Middle-earth Marxist saying that's a real funny way to say U.S. sanctions. And I think that's probably the best take we could have here when she's saying, like, factors outside the U.S. affect this. And it's just like, sorry, like, migration is massively driven by the US wrecking economies elsewhere. And not just sanctions, but I've said this before, US aid as well, although that's less of a thing to worry about now, huh? Like, USAID includes programs, US aid anyway, whether it's literally part of that program or not, includes programs where the government subsidizes farmers to grow crops that are easy to grow in the US, and then sends those to other countries as a gift, and the gift completely utterly ruins the economy for that product, that crop in their country, causing like a massive economic crisis, basically.
Legal restrictions to asylum that the Biden administration put into place. So those numbers dropped precipitously even before the election. And I think it's undeniable that the Trump administration is benefiting in terms of these low numbers from the public messaging campaign that they have going on.
Nadia Yvette says also CIA coups. I mean, the coups are part of it for sure. Like when the US does that kind of interventionism, it does cause mass migration. But I think that it's like we should look at the less sensational and spectacular stuff that is often more of a cause, like climate change, right? The US, like American imperialist capitalism is driving climate change, and climate change is driving loads of migration.
Right now. I mean, there's this long-standing debate about whether deterrence works, whether imposing consequences, legal consequences, putting people into jail or deporting them can, in a significant way, decrease the number of people crossing the border. I think that what the Trump administration is doing is going far beyond deterrence, right? They're spreading this message of fear internationally and, frankly, conveying an image of the United States that doesn't make it look like the type of place that people want to seek refuge. You know, the rule of law is a huge part of what makes the United States the most attractive country in the world for migration. And when you turn on the news and you look at what's happening in the United States right now, it doesn't look like a place where the rule of law is still in effect.
To unpack that again in terms of like interference by the US elsewhere, if you listen to Blowback Pod, and I really recommend people do, it's a fantastic podcast, and it just basically goes into the various consequences of US imperialism around the world. Something that is absolutely huge as a step in the regular pattern of how the US does things is they term it gangsterismo, where they would, rather than having a democratically elected socialist or even vaguely anti-imperialist leader of a country in place, the US would much rather deal with a gangster, like a literal gangster, someone who is very much like not just corrupt, but like is a criminal, as much as the term criminal is useful, like, but is a, you know, professionally is a criminal, is part of organized crime in some way. They would rather put someone like that in charge, or someone who has ruled through violence, because they are much I'm going to finish my thought. Because they are much easier for the Americans to deal with, because the Americans are thugs, because they are fascists, because they are also gangsters. And so they speak that language. The rule of law being so good in America, being an appealing prospect to migrants from Central and South America, in countries where the US has propped up specifically, and this does have to do with coups, has propped up specifically corrupt and organized crime candidates and leaders and politicians, right? They've created crime countries where there's lots of crime happening and lots of like rule through force and brutal violence. And then the US is appealing because they've got the rule of law there. Fucking disgusting. Trans Tina Talk said, not relevant, but I thought you'd like to know my cat is extremely fascinated by the stream. Yes, that is nice to hear, actually. Jenny Azoth says, cat recognized cat. I hope that your cat got something powerful from that. I've just translated the whole of the stream so far into cat.
or where the country is necessarily free to participate in basic democratic freedoms like voting and like protesting. There's a lot of violence in the streets right now. And so I think that is having a significant impact on the number of people who are crossing the border. You're not going to seek safety.
And I muted myself as well. Okay, I'm going to rewind a little bit. Sorry about that, everyone.
Safety where the rule of law is still in effect, or where the country is necessarily free to participate in basic democratic freedoms like voting and like protesting. There's a lot of violence in the streets right now. And so
Nadia Yvette with an absolute heater of a take here. The only law that rules in the USA is that money buys you any verdict you want from the USA's corrupt kangaroo courts. Abso-fucking-lutely. Dig now, thank you for showing up in the chat. Thank you earlier for the donation. First time message from Dig now saying, massive audience shift to the cat demographic. And the most popular streamer on Twitch right now, who is literally a kitten cat. Literally. Okay, it's on screen now. I just had to double check.
I think that is having a significant impact on the number of people who are crossing the border. You're not going to seek safety in a place that doesn't look very safe.
You often have immigrants coming here because they have a credible fear of persecution where they're from. And it often seems to me the Trump administration's policy is meant to create a credible fear of persecution here. Like, why would you go somewhere where these things could happen to you?
Exactly. That's a good way of putting it, just to look at the standard for what asylum requires. And that's why, we're seeing people leave. And we don't know the exact numbers of how many people have left the United States. And we don't really have reason to believe that the 1.9 million number that the Trump administration is touting is accurate. But I am hearing on a regular basis about people, especially people in so-called mixed status families, where you have a mom or a dad who's undocumented and the rest of the family who are United States citizens, who are deciding that it's no longer worth it to stay in the United States. I think it's going to be years before we have a good sense of how many those people are, but it does feel like the calculation is changing.
So as you say, the border...
She's just already talking in the language of like self-interested economic rational actors, right? Like, they'll decide it's no longer worth it to be in the United States. They're being terrorized, right? Like, you should name that they're being terrorized. It's not just about like an I told you so sort of like leftist perspective of like, we've been saying they're fascists this whole time, although certainly there is like a cathartic element of that. But it's about just like the need to, for practicality's sake, recognize that they are fascists.
Or through whatever mix of mechanisms has gone quiet, that has created the space to focus the Border Patrol on the interior of the country. What has that meant? What does it mean to have the Border Patrol focused on the interior of the country, both in terms of operations, but also in terms of, I guess, the sort of deeper question about the way the Trump administration is looking at the country itself and what its problems are?
So operationally, it means a lot more boots on the ground. It means a lot more arrests and a lot more deportations. I think that because ICE and ICE field officer...
Rocket-propelled taco van, I'm not totally sure, so I'm going to read your message out. They're talking about humans in the most dehumanizing terms and in an almost celebratory way. Look, it's working. I think that to them, I think that this is an example of definitely somewhere where they don't think this is good. It's working, but they're trying... But part of the issue I've had throughout this entire episode so far is that they are trying to discuss it in the like calm, reaching across the aisle to give each other a hand job, centrist, everyone be nice while some of us are being dehumanized approach that like everyone was really hoping Ta-Nehisi Coates had knocked clean out of Ezra, but it's back on full display here. They are completely giving a real license to the dehumanization of many, many, many people who do some of the hardest, most exploited work in America. And they're giving license to it by treating it as valid, like by treating it as a respectable position to have at all here. And And by doing this like professionalism shtick and talking about it, where they're trying to, like, we're evaluating it and it's working at achieving this goal. However, we're supposed to know that they know that this is bad.
Directors are primarily dealing with people who have longstanding ties to the country and direct relationships with American citizens are often represented by lawyers. They're used to being held to a higher level of scrutiny. People who work along the border are mostly dealing with folks who are trying to enter the United States for the very first time, may not speak English, are not represented by lawyers, and people who just don't have an expectation of basic rights and protections in the way that American citizens do. And so when you put officials from that agency into American cities, you have this incredible clash of the expectations versus how these border officials are used to working. To your question about the deeper meaning, the Border Patrol is a law enforcement agency that is supposed to fortify the exterior of the United States and keep people who are unwanted out from entering the country in accordance with the laws and the policies that we have, et cetera. Now you have that force of people moving into the center, moving throughout our cities and communities and really creating this impression.
Damn, dog, that's fucking nuts. It's almost like you made some kind of like thing that you like throw far away from you to like hit other people with it, some sort of like aerial weapon, only like you made it in such a way that when you throw it, sometimes like it comes back to you. Does anyone have a name for this? I'm thinking of patenting it.
That there are outsiders, that there are others, that there are unwanteds everywhere among us. And we see them, in fact, taking into custody American citizens. We see them taking into custody people who have legal status, stopping people and openly acknowledging that they're stopping people because of their physical appearance, because of their race, because of their accent. And so
Rocket-propelled taco van says, it's the coldness of it, that professionalism, as you said, that enrages me. These are human fucking beings, the people I grew up next to living on the border. Yeah, I think that's like... That emotional clarity, I think, cuts through a lot of the liberal slop bullshit. Because a lot of the underpinning stuff that an underpinning element of a lot of the stuff that undergirds a lot of the stuff that we look at here on the liberal slop stream, it's trying to be in the, like, abstract space of, like, debating big political ideas or philosophical things, offering a take, because they're all part of the takes complex. And, like, in doing that, it does dehumanize people, and it does treat things like it's just an abstract discussion when actually it's people's lives. And, like, you know, as a trans woman, I know this firsthand, but I also, like, I know Muslims, I know migrants, I know people who have been dehumanized in many different ways. The work I do at the Harm Reduction Hub, like, the primary thing that we do is work with drug users. Drug users are some of the most dehumanized people in society, man. Like, when someone is homeless and you want to give them money, I think a lot of people have had this experience. You want to give them money and you're younger, older people in your family will say, don't give them money, they're going to spend it on drugs. And it's like, man, being homeless sucks shit. I hope they spend it on drugs. Drugs make you feel better, you horrible ghoul. Like, and then the way that people will, like, talk about people who are dependent on something and spending a ton of their money on it when they don't have lots of money to begin with, and it's making them less able to exist in capitalism, but it's also, like, self-medicating a horrible existential pain they're experiencing. People will describe that situation I just described, one of incredible precarity and danger, as if it is inherently obvious that it is a moral failure of the person. Like, you will hear, and they're a drug addict, I could tell they were high, all these sorts of things from people, and often it's very, very racially charged. Like, that's another thing that shouldn't go unsaid. Like, it's often just, like, just a racist saying this. But yeah, I think that, like, there is an emotional clarity that is necessary going through liberal slop sometimes, because they just say fucking insane stuff, because it's like the elevation of, like, the town hall where, like, a democracy of all your dipshit neighbors are deciding whether or not you deserve to have rights whatsoever, whether you can access, like, life-saving medical care in the case of things like Roe v. Wade, right? And that's just the intense perversity of like a bourgeois society in the modern day. Bourgeois electoralism, the commentariat, all of it. And I think that op-eds are so appealing to me as this form of hideous slop because of that degree of like people who are, and I say this about Ezra, I've said this regularly, like intellectually curious and well-educated, spiritually curious, in many ways, like a person who you could respect greatly and could do wonderful things, and they're spending their time on just like something absolutely vile. I'm going to go on a 5-minute break, a little bit of a longer break, and I'm going to make another hot drink. I encourage everyone else to make a lovely hot drink for themselves in this break, and also go pee. And we'll be back in 5. If you've been enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying the stream, if you enjoy the stream at any point from now, please consider paying for the stream. I am doing work right now, and it's nice when I get paid for doing work. We've been streaming for over 3 hours already. It's probably going to go for a couple more. Yeah, I should be paid for work I do. That's the concept I'm pitching to you. Please use command tip. You can subscribe and cheer if you want to, but we're trying to hit a dono goal of £150 today. If everyone who is watching right this second donated £1 only, we would hit the goal immediately. So consider that. We're going on a break, and I'll see you all in 5 minutes. Hopefully 5 minutes. I'll try and rush around. I'll make sure that I relax quickly. That's my goal. Okay. Do we hear it? Oh no, it's muted. There it is. Okay, 5 minutes.
Why build one when you can have two twice the price? Only this one can be kept secret.
If it wasn't obvious from the music dipping out, I'm back, but I'm just fussing over how my hair looks, so I'll be one more sec. Okay, let's get back to it. We're back on Ezra Klein talking to... I should actually know her name. We've been watching her for ages. Caitlin Dickerson. We're talking to we're watching Ezra Klein talking to Caitlin Dickerson, who is a journalist at The Atlantic. So if I'd picked up on her being an Atlantic slop writer first, I would have been a lot less generous, I think, about whether or not she's, like, what kind of side she's trying to take in all of this. Yeah. Anyway, right. So we're talking about how America needs to respond to what Trump's administration is doing with ICE. And instead of fighting the fascism, we're getting a lot of normalizing ICE again and how to make them appear respectable to people. And that's why former President Barack Obama is sharing it. Okay, let's get back onto the... Oh, chat's all disappeared. That's strange. Oh, thank you so much, rocket-propelled taco van, for tipping £1.90. We're now a little bit closer. Still in the region of £1 each. If everyone could just tip £1 each, we would hit the dono goal for tonight. Okay, let's get back into it.
It really is sending this message of a sort of enemy within, and I think helping to foster fear and division.
A lot of the immigrants swept up in these raids and in some of these policies, they have, or at least until very recently, had some legal status. And we've been talking about, at least in theory, people here without legal status. But how have things changed for many of the people who came in with some legal status, even temporary legal status?
Yeah, 1.5 million people lost their temporary legal status from the Biden administration into the Trump administration. I think it was interesting to see how Trump campaigned really fudging data and referring to everybody who came into the United States
kidding me,
under the Biden administration. I know, it's a shock. Under the Biden administration as illegal, as unauthorized. And, you know, it was just such a blatant misrepresentation of the reality when someone has, you know, for better or worse, whether you like this program, someone who's filled out an application, who's been invited to an interview, who's undergone an interview, and then after being vetted, allowed into the country, to all of a sudden call them illegal is just such a bait and switch. But we're also seeing now the Trump administration reopening refugees' cases and trying to relitigate vetting that, in that case, can take years. So it's not even just people without legal status. It's sort of anyone that they can figure out a way to claw legal status.
Jenny Azoff, thank you so much for the £1 and the donation message. Let's go chat, £1 each. That's right. I'd like £1 from everyone in chat. Everybody £1 me. How can Caitlin and Ezra here not see the views they're describing and the desire for the status quo, normal, polite version of this stuff as fundamentally underpinning the... Have I hidden the chat box or something? No, I'm very confused by this. How they can not see their stuff as underpinning the current fascism. Like, the stuff that Trump is trying to appeal to, that's the base that he's trying to appeal to there, the reopening of refugees' cases that she's describing, like, that stuff is different, and it is extreme, then it is also an escalation of the pre-existing system there. Someone in chat just earlier brought up my Fallout New Vegas video, and I think this is, like, that's one of the best summations of, like, my position on the way this kind of stuff works. Like, that game has these two imperialist factions. One is American imperialist, and specifically liberal, and one of them is openly fascist, doing Rome cosplay, and it's like it's such an accidentally perfect metaphor because it's working with the same building blocks that were already present in American society of just like the polite Democrat version of like respectability politics and multiculturalism and everybody getting along. And then on the other side of the battlefield, rising fascism from people who, in a sense, have just read the script, right? They've just seen like, these are the goals of this system, this dehumanization, this persecution, this two-tiered system of citizenship and rights. These are subtly coded into the fabric of American society. And that's what, I think that's the deal with Trump to a huge degree. Like, I don't think it's smart. I don't think it's good, obviously. But I think that he has seen what the system is for and what it's about, and is giving it to the max. Like, this system is fundamentally gives rise to this. Trans Tina Talks, thank you so much for tipping £1. Okay.
Back from it as well.
You've done a lot of reporting on what it is like to be caught up in these raids. You've talked to people in them. I mean, people I think have seen many clips. But what are some stories that stand out to you? What happens if you're, an immigrant, or you're nearby, an unauthorized immigrant, or you're in the building that they've decided to target? What is it like?
What I'm hearing now is just that people are living with a really high level of panic. And that's exactly what the Trump administration wants. And so people without legal status in moments like this keep in really close touch with one another. There are networks of communication. People use WhatsApp, people use Facebook to try to let one another know in advance if someone has seen ICE or if a raid is going on. I've talked to kids who've told me that they look outside in the morning before their mom or dad, their undocumented undocumented parent goes to work, and they watch them walk out the front door, walk to their car, and that they monitor their parents obsessively, like all day on Find My, on their iPhones, to just try to track their parents' location. So it's just this 24/7 paranoia that people are dealing with. And I've talked to law enforcement officials.
God. I'm sorry, that's just so intense and so depressing. It's just like, imagine being a kid who's in school, like who's currently in school, and you're like trying to figure out if your parent has been like seized to be put in like completely like unknowable custody, like a kind of custody that like we don't know if it's a fucking death camp. And you're just like checking your phone all day while you're trying to have like a childhood and an education. That's so horrible.
About this too. I mean, specifically talking about Renee Good's death, I spoke to a bunch of officials who reviewed the video there and said from the very beginning, the first officer who runs up to her car, uses expletives, tells her to get out, starts trying to force open the door. These officers said to me, there's no reason to not approach her and say, ma'am, can you shut off your car and please open the door? And that's, in fact, how you want to approach a civilian, someone who has never been arrested before, isn't used to being screamed at in the face by police. But they're coming at people in these arrests with such aggression that it's making people panic. And I think that is leading to some of the more violent incidents that we're seeing, people getting...
Didn't she, like, entirely cooperate with them? I'm sorry, like, I feel like something kind of sinister is happening right now. Like, this is a rewriting of stuff, right? Like, they should have been calmer. Like, yes, but it didn't, like, make her, like, do something bad. Like, does Caitlyn here, like, buy into she was, like, her car was a weapon shit or whatever? Like, there is no justification for... that agent, Jonathan Ross, having the reaction he had and taking her life. Like, it's entirely on ICE's side. It's not that they made her panicked and then she did something and then they killed her. It's that they killed her. Like...
hurt and thrown to the ground or worse.
I can't tell, although I have a suspicion, to what degree that is the actual policy. I mean, from the beginning,
Prince
as
Infidel,
he's
thank you so much for tipping £1 and saying, not blood, not bone, but a pound of legal tender.
Raids have, and these occupations have escalated in their size, in their aggression, in their framing, and their propaganda. It has always looked to me like they are creating the conditions for these tragedies to occur. And that is a fairly common thing in authoritarian regimes. We've seen this in other countries. We've seen it in history, where you attack your own population and you look for pretexts then to escalate. The question is not how to prevent the killing of Renee Good from happening again, but actually how to escalate around the killing of Renee Good in order to catch more of the Trump administration's enemies in their net, call the protesters domestic terrorists, et cetera. That I think this is it's not exactly knowable, but it is a very important distinction, whether this is seen by the Trump administration as a tragedy, we need to think about how we are training our troops, versus part of the policy, actually.
One thing that can be helpful is that the Trump administration usually signals what they want to do before they do it. So, for example, with Title 42, the COVID-era border ban, Stephen Miller tried for years to figure out a way to completely cut off access to the southern border and shut down asylum. And then finally, the COVID-19 pandemic came around and gave him the pretense that made White House lawyers say, okay, now is the time we can shut down the border.
Thank you, Nini, for donating £1 and commenting, meow meow.
I think something similar is happening with the Insurrection Act. Trump has been threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act since his first presidency, and it's coming up again now. And so I can see why you're saying that there's a perception that there's a desire to create the conditions that would justify something like that as an even further escalation. I mean, we've seen so many. So I don't have the sense that individual ICE officers are being told, escalate things as much as possible, make sure things get violent. That would be pretty reckless and actionable legally. But what I think we are seeing very clearly, and in Stephen Miller's message that you played a few minutes ago, is that the idea is do what you have to do. Don't focus so much on the laws and the rules and civil rights. Focus on getting people into custody at any cost.
We've been talking about physical raids, but one thing you've written about is how the OBBBA bill, which included a huge amount of money for ICE, for Border Patrol, for the Department of Homeland Security, that included a lot of that money for advanced technology and surveillance systems. And that the effort to build a very different form of surveillance network, particularly given advances in AI and digital tools, is ongoing and might create something that is around for a long time. What can you tell me about what's being done or envisioned there?
So a lot of this is really being kept under wraps by the security contractors that are involved. But from what we can see in the public requests for proposals, ICE is really increasing its use of facial recognition technology, both at the border and within the interior of the country, and then hiring companies like Palantir to collect as much data, really to create almost dossiers on people, drawing from their education records, their financial records, their social media accounts, utilities, et cetera, and try to create files on immigrants. And then there's also data on people's cars and their license plates, and just to kind of be able to constantly monitor and locate people. And I think there are lots of concerns about what happens with all that data and who is being swept into these collection efforts. I think it's pretty impossible to keep American citizens out, when you're collecting.
No, I do actually think that she is approaching all of this in a coldly and quite dehumanizing to some people, two-tiered way where American citizens don't deserve that treatment, but well, she's not saying they deserve it, but she's saying that there are concerns that the massive surveillance network that the American government and Peter Thiel and all of the other guys from Pedophile Island have built is going to affect citizens. I'm just that's not the whole concern here. That's a concern too, but them building it for the bad people was its own problem, because the bad people aren't bad, and they are people. This is so unhinged. I think this is the tipping point that's really convinced me. I was really trying to, as I said, be charitable and understand her as not being fundamentally okay with the same violence, but it's done politely and quietly. And now no. No, this is some sinister fucking shit they're saying. And this is what I've always been getting at with the liberal slop. It is absolutely shocking the level of fascism that sneaks by these people because they think they're having a calm, abstract, political, high-minded discussion. It's disgusting.
Video for the purposes of facial recognition, whether it's at the border, when people are coming home from their vacation, or within the interior of the country. I think what it comes down to is just collecting a massive amount of information on people that can be used to track them down more easily, but also to monitor their behaviors and their activities. And I think that's important because of what you mentioned earlier, this expanded use of labels like domestic terror.
Thank you for subscribing, Schmatzy. You've been subscribed for 16 months. That's absolutely crazy. Thank you so much. Happy Slop Friday. That's good. Abolish the surveillance state. Yeah, absolutely. I think I've said this. I think I said it on a Blue Sky post. I'll see if I can dig it up, actually. I like when I've written something out and it's my like official sanctioned take on the thing, to be able to bring into stuff like this. Here we go. Please can we be clear now that Teal and everything that he represents is a core part of the world the billionaire pedophile club wants. Social media, integrated surveillance state authoritarianism is all pedo world shit. Like, seriously, I'm not necessarily suggesting this is like a way of reaching people who need to be on our side and like believe, you know, like, I'm not necessarily imagining this as like a talking point to go and debate right-wing working class people with or whatever, but I also think it would be a ground of like a place where you could find some solidarity and reach people quite well if you wanted to. Like, why are they putting all those cameras everywhere to watch everyone? And it turns out the people watching are pedophiles. Like, how is everyone supposed to feel about that? I feel pretty fucking bad about it. The fact that there's like the pedo world that made everything worse on purpose so they could get away with more pedophilia. Sorry, this is such a diversion now, but like the Epstein files that have just come out include them saying, and them here is like the sort of Epstein-Bannon nexus and everything around it. Them saying like, we want to do more pedophilia, and if we make the world worse on purpose so everything sucks, that's the kind of world in which we'll be able to get away with shit forever. Was the explicit calculus and like all of the promoting of the right wing by these people, it's just like it's a fascinating and obviously horrifying demonstration of like how class interest works and how people with like deeply like overriding class interest over their like moral view of the world, how they will end up aligning with the absolute worst shit, from fascism to pedophilia. Like, it's just, it's so bizarre to see, because like I don't know how many people are, in a sense, how many people are surprised by stuff in the Epstein files, because like we live in patriarchal capitalism. We live in a system of money and a system of treating women like property. And the women who are easier to control are treated as more valuable property, a better piece of property to have. The women who are therefore smaller, more naive, easier to manipulate, and physically weaker, and therefore the system of patriarchal capitalism tends towards pedophilia. It just does. It just naturally does. And so like when I say I don't know how many people are seriously surprised by the Epstein file stuff, I mean that like, did we not all sort of intuit that like at the highest level, if there are like secret parties where the richest guys get to do whatever they want, they're probably doing exactly this? Because this is the system that we live in. So it's kind of obvious in a sense. Or it should be, because it's the natural tendency of this system. And I think that like Valkyrie, thank you for tipping £1. Cyclone Dusk, thank you for tipping £3. £3, 3 symbolic pounds, may we all receive from each of the 3 domestic terrorists who murdered Rene Good and Alex Pretty pounds of flesh. Oh my goodness. That's some Fed posting. Let's try and keep things just like on a high simmer. Okay? Just like not where we're gonna get the stream in trouble. Just high simmer, alright? In the same way that I think people should have intuited, that, or perhaps did intuit, that this kind of thing was going on at some level, and that speaks to the immorality of the deep systems of our society. In the same way, like the alliance between the Nazis and the pedophiles, not surprising at all. Like, not surprising in the fucking least. Not even a little bit. The Nazis represent the like amped up version of this same system, this system on steroids. The pedophiles represent the natural tendency of this system. Yeah, the Nazi pedophiles is a nexus of all this nasty shit, and like the surveillance state is absolutely a tool that works in close alignment with that shit. And I do think that like we should be wholesale rejecting that as being part of the Nazi pedophile world that the Nazi pedophiles have built to try and let them get away with doing more Nazi pedophile shit. I think that like I may or may not make a video about the new Epstein file release. I think that it's a thing that is like an ongoing, such an intensely ongoing matter that to try and make a definitive take, it's way too soon to do anything useful there. And ideally, it would be in like 10 years' time you'd want to do a definitive take. Check back in with me in 10 years' time for the definitive Sophie from Mars Epstein essay. But I'd kind of like to start doing I'd kind of like to get out a video about it now, because I think there is something about this particular moment. In this particular moment, a bunch of people who could be fighting each other as left-right with conspiracy brain nonsense, and clearly it's the transgenders are part of the adrenochrome blah blah blah, and the cabal is inflating immigration to do the great replacement, and there's the blah blah blah, all of this stuff. This is a moment where a whole bunch of those people could be, hopefully may, be waking up and understand the fight as not the dividing line like this, but the dividing line like this. Top 1%, everybody else. That's Nazi pedophile world. You no longer fall for the shit that is Nazi pedophile world and be incredibly stern on this. Make people answer for this. You cannot be supporting shit that is Nazi pedophile world anymore. Oh, you're a transphobe? That's a nice belief. Did a Nazi pedophile give it to you? that's a nice belief you arrived at organically based on legitimate concerns from vulnerable, rich, white, middle-aged women. Sorry, no. Much more seriously, very directly, no, that shit you're saying is of the world that the pedophiles have built to do more pedophilia in, right? And the same goes for Peter Thiel. Just like, at the government level, people should be going, nope, sorry, actually, we absolutely are not doing any more deals with Peter Thiel, and we need to cancel every contract with him because he's incredibly embedded in the whole Epstein thing. Incredibly embedded in all of it, both in the sense that his technology and his whole system benefits them doing what they wanted to do in many ways, and that he's just literally like involved with all these guys. Bear Thee Well says they may have released 2% of the files in 10 years. That's a good point. Okay, I'm back on the podcast. Let's go. Everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. We are at 110 now, which is really exciting. We're actually at 111, really, or a penny off. So we have £39 to go. That's not very much at all. If everyone donated, we'd blast past that goal, and I would add on an extra stream in March for a gaming stream, and I think that would be a lovely time. Jaylee0451. What do I know 0451 from? That rings a bell. Jaylee0451 said, first time in chat, hello, welcome to the stream, lovely to have you here, says, I think people are still a bit slow to realize they are sheep. Critical thinking has never been an acceptable trait. People always dislike people who question their beliefs. There's some of that going on. I think there's like, when it comes to the modern right wing, we have to understand it through a lens of conspiratorial belief because it's so consumed by conspiracy, and there are rules to conspiratorial belief. I'm talking about them often, right? It's the rules of conspiratorial belief being consequential, social, emotional, universal, and reflecting intergroup social conflict, right? Social, you believe what people around you believe. Universal, there isn't really a demographic that doesn't believe conspiracy theories. Consequential, conspiracy theories always make you do something, from voting differently to trying to storm a pizza parlor. Consequential, universal, social, emotional, right? They're driven by emotional narratives. This is something I think we can all see. And fifthly, reflecting intergroup social conflict. And I highlight that one especially because I think that's one of the strongest things here, is like, there is a real intergroup social conflict between the left and right, and that shouldn't be ignored. And the conspiracy theories wouldn't be so potent for them if it weren't there. It's just that it's real, but it's manufactured, right? The ruling class have produced something real through the propagandization of the working class to be more reactionary. They've produced a base who does their bidding. That's what the right wing is. That's what it exists for. Literally exists for. And on the left, and not the actual left, but the liberal left, we have to understand it through the lens of ideology. So when it comes to someone like Ezra, not understanding how much he is still a sheep, there it's something much more deeply ingrained, something much more subtle and therefore insidious. Sie wissen das nicht, aber sie tun es.
That the Department of Homeland Security is. I think that's important because of what you mentioned earlier, this expanded use of labels like domestic terrorist that the Department of Homeland Security is sprinkling into its messaging that we've seen in a presidential action memo from Trump himself. This memo that hasn't gotten, I think, as much attention as it deserves is very broad in its definition. It says that domestic terrorists tend to espouse views such as, and lists anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, views opposing the traditional American family, and even extremism on migration, which of course this administration would describe anybody who is out in the streets protesting or trying to protect immigrants without legal status in their communities. I mean, you can't imagine language that's more broad.
Cyclone Dusk, you don't need to say sorry that your message was too aggressive. To me, I don't think you need to apologize, and I don't want the stream to get in trouble. And I think that people should think carefully about, and this goes for all things that you post online, carefully about whether the action of posting something that could be legally risky online benefits you. Because maybe you need to say it in person to someone if it's like an emotionally important thing. And if there are actions that you need to take in service of resisting fascism, then those actions are, organizing. And I encourage that. I encourage people organizing.
So I think that's one of the things that makes this technology so concerning.
You wrote something that I think has really stuck in my head all year. That after the OPBBA, the amount of money going to domestic immigration enforcement is larger than the budgets of any military in the world, save the US or China. And in addition to worrying about that on behalf of immigrants, when you think about these questions like surveillance, when you think about how Trump talks about domestic opposition, how Stephen Miller talks about domestic opposition, I think something that I fear, that I see, I would say the shadows of, but I think it's actually much more visible than that, is an infrastructure that could be turned against all kinds of internal targets, political opposition, media, protesters, anybody they don't like. You've seen very strange just picking up of random academics and students, and it seems that it has something to do with social media posts. And when people build infrastructures like this, they tend to get used. It's very, very hard to resist using what you have, and when you're as radical administration as this one is. So I guess I'm asking how how the infrastructure itself looks to you, what it is. There's what it's being used for now. But when you think about how many new...
Credit to Ezra here. He's almost on it. Like, he's just shy of the mark. I think he's broadly on it, right? Like, he's asking the question we'd like him to be asking here. Like, the infrastructure is going to get used, isn't it? But I would just... He has to fucking challenge her that, like, actually it shouldn't be being used against unwanteds. It shouldn't be being used against, illegal people. Like you can say it, bud. It's your show. You're allowed to say it. I give you permission, Ezra, to say it. Like, you can say all the radical stuff. You can just say it. Like, you can just be known that you have these wacky beliefs. No, that isn't enough. I need you to also advocate that people actually organize, and then invite organizers on your show and discuss the nitty gritty of organizing and how it's done on this platform that fucking Obama watches, bro. Like, Obama watches your podcast. You have so much influence, and you could so easily do some stuff that's really meaningfully fucking good in the world. It's crazy making.
Agencies, how much more they're spending on new weapons for the new agents. When you think about the surveillance, when you think about, which we'll talk about in a minute, the dramatic increase in detention centers. What does that look like?
The money is so staggering that and unprecedented that we don't have an image in the past that we can look to try to guess where all of this is going. But as you pointed out, it's a military-sized budget. And it's leading to physical changes to the country, large detention centers that are already starting to grow, to spring up, and that the administration wants to dramatically increase. Boots on the ground in American cities, armed officers who are questioning people, asking for proof of citizenship, accosting them, who are hostile to protesters and anybody willing to question their work. Although I think it's important to acknowledge that it's not typical, the level of pushback that law enforcement is facing in the streets either. I think, they are facing an unprecedented level of challenge to their work, and all of that is contributing to the conflicts that we're seeing and the chaos that we're seeing. I think it just looks like a very different country than we're used to. I mean, we're starting to see what that image is. We can see it on social media and on the videos that have gone viral. So far, though, most of those incidents are relatively isolated. Most of the country can look at those videos and say, wow, that looks really scary, but then walk outside their front door and go to work and mostly have the same experience that they were used to prior. I think those videos are going to become the reality more and more in American communities because the money is there. As you said, the mission is there, the mandate is there, the money is there. One of the only checks that remains are the federal courts, and we are seeing significant challenges in federal court to some of what the Trump administration is trying to do, but the courts are sort of hanging on their own right now as a check. Congress has been quiet other than to fund this massive expansion. So I really think that we're looking at a reality with this $170+ billion for immigration enforcement that involves armed law enforcement in the streets as a regular fixture of our lives, of chaotic conflicts in the streets is something that we're going to become accustomed to, and massive detention centers that are going to come up and that are going to be built for the purposes of holding people and then getting them out of the country.
Tell me about those detention centers, because that was a huge space of new funding in the OBBBA. How are they using detention differently, and what do they seem to be envisioning for detention, in a year or two?
So the number of immigration detention facilities in use has dramatically increased since Trump took office. And they're really just getting started with spending the $45 billion that were specifically dedicated to detention in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. This means that private prison companies and counties that want to rent bed space to ICE are going to be able to profit really significantly on increasing the detained populations. When Biden left office, the detained population of immigrants was around 39,000 people. Now it's 70,000 people. You need to be able to detain people to effectuate deportations. And at times, a lack of detention space.
JLEO451, the message you just put in chat, that's the kind of thing I'm saying is probably a little bit above the high simmer.
Has held them back.
Bit too much.
There was a time last year when I was reporting in Atlanta, and people who were going to the downtown ICE field office for their ICE check-ins were being arrested and put into immigration custody. Many of them were folks who had temporary legal status under the Biden administration and then had that eliminated when Trump took office. And then a few weeks after I started reporting on this issue, I started to hear that people were going into their ICE check-ins once again and having this normal interaction where they would tell the officer what they'd been up to, where they were living, and be told to come back in 6 months or a year. And I asked what the difference was, and it was just that the detention facilities in Georgia had filled up in the intervening time. So really, who was being arrested and who wasn't had nothing to do with the circumstances of their case, with whether they were a legitimate threat to the public or not. It was, is there a bed to put them in? And so I think the Trump administration really wants to eliminate the possibility that limited bed space could hold them back in any way. So, immigration detention is legally not actually meant to be punitive, which is a little bit ironic given what we know about the health and safety conditions in detention centers. Lots of people are dying in detention more than in years past.
I'm sorry, but just like the stuff we've already heard from inside detention centers, like, it is entirely transparent at this time that the fascists are putting people there to treat them in the most impossibly horrible ways conceivable. Like, I have read about some stuff I'm actually not going to repeat because I think it would upset people here, some people here possibly too much, which the things I've read about are tactics common between the IDF and ICE. Some things involving genital mutilation. They are centers for them to treat people they put there in the worst conceivable ways, and like I think it's at core, I think a bunch of people, and these two are a big example here, are not getting that like the situation America finds itself in. I think this also explains that some of the ire that I faced to do with the election stuff, like they're not getting that. It seems simultaneously, I want to say I'm not there, and that gives me, in one sense, a disadvantage in understanding the situation. But also, like, there are some things that seem so obvious from the outside of America, and plenty of people in America are saying, like, he's not gonna leave office calmly, and these centers are going to be death camps. And I just, like, I don't think it'll be soon. I don't think it'll be within the term of this, of this, like, of what should be his, second term. I imagine it will probably go quite like it did with the Nazis, and that for a long time will just be poorly run places where there's no explicit program to industrially execute people, whatever, but just people are frequently killed or die because the conditions suck, and then it will get worse. And I think in terms of the progression, right, I think that's some years of this, and hopefully it just stops before then, right? Like, hopefully it stops before then. But the way it will stop, like, The way it will stop is people overthrowing this regime. And like, I don't know. That's the thing I feel like. That is the at core thing that these people don't want to fully exist in the world where that's true.
Which is a huge concern for people, but there's also problems with access to legal representation, with adequate food and sanitation and medical care. So the Trump administration is very much seeing this dramatic expansion of the detention system as an important part of immigration enforcement.
We've been talking about places where the Trump administration is trying to dramatically expand the capacity of immigration enforcement. More ICE agents, more Border Patrol agents, more detention centers. One very odd thing about the OBBBA is it capped the number of immigration judges at 800. What was that, and what does it reflect about how they're using the immigration courts?
That was a head scratcher. It was one of the only caps that existed in the entire bill. Everything else seems to be about sort of limitless spending. So there's been a lot of churn on the
Why would they want a limited number of judges? That's crazy. Almost like they're trying to deliberately create a system of
immigration courts since Trump took off.
Court backlogs and overcrowded criminal justice system so that there are a bunch of people they're not quite sure what to do with. That's such a head scratcher.
They've fired dozens of judges, mostly ones, it seems, who were granting too many requests for relief, requests to remain in the United States, and replacing them with people who they think will be more harsh. And you're seeing that reflected in the denial rates. So overall, asylum denial rates were around 50% when Biden left office, and now they're up to 84%. Immigration courts.
Class and ideological pressures constrict Ezra, and he must never be an alarmist, and he now finds himself like never being an alarmist in a house that's on fire, right? Like never sounding the alarm about the fire effectively.
Are a point at which, a kind of choke point for deportations, because you've got someone in custody, but if they have access to a legal remedy.
Bunnyfield, hi, welcome to the chat. I see it's your first time here. Welcome to the stream.
Then they're going to fight their case. And sometimes those cases take years. I think one thing that the cap on judges could reflect is that the Trump administration is trying to find ways that go around the immigration courts to remove people. So they're trying to expand the use of something called expedited removal, which allows for people to be deported without going before a judge and trying to fight their case. They want to be able to effectuate removals more quickly and just go around the courts entirely if they can.
You spent some time reporting on an immigration court in Virginia. Tell me what you saw there.
So my reporting was actually done on Zoom because immigration court was being done virtually so that it could go more quickly. It's something that started during the pandemic and that's continued into this administration as all messaging and goals and systems are being modified to effectuate deportations as quickly and efficiently as possible. So what I saw was a judge sitting in an empty courtroom and looking into boxes on her screen, calling people up and moving incredibly quickly through their cases. Most people in court that day were unrepresented by lawyers. As people may or may not know, in immigration court, you don't have the right to an attorney if you can't afford one, or to a jury of your peers. And people were panicked. They were in shambles. I definitely saw the change in this administration, wherein most people who are being arrested by ICE on a given day have been in the United States for a long time and have no criminal record. In that, I was hearing parents break down in tears, crying and saying, I'm worried about my child. There was one father in particular in my story who said he was arrested in front of his two youngest children, who were both under 5 years old. He said he was desperately worried about how they were going to survive without him. people like this father, but others too, were asking about their children and how they were going to be dealt with because they'd been taken away from their children when they were arrested. And the judge really seemed uninterested in answering their questions, was just moving very quickly through their cases. There's all this focus on numbers. Each one of them, I was reminded in court, is not a number, is a person and has family and has employers and a community that is impacted each time that this happens. So I was really struck by the speed with which this judge was moving through cases. You could tell that a lot of people were confused. You have a lot of people for whom English is a second language, or maybe they don't speak English at all, who are in immigration court. And the Zoom hearings make it that much more difficult because you might have inconsistent video. The translation might not be as good quality as it could be. It seemed to me that some people whose cases were being heard didn't even fully understand what the judge had decided. She would issue a ruling. These were preliminary hearings, so for the most part, people were going to be coming back for a subsequent hearing. But some people after that first...
Joe saying in chat, damn, imagine forgetting their people. Ha ha ha, what the fuck? Yeah, no, I have plenty to say about what she's just saying. I'm a little bit stunned by it. Like, she was just kind of like so rapid fire with a bunch of insane shit. Has she been involved with the immigration proceedings when it hasn't been like very obvious fascism? Because Artemis, hello, welcome to the stream. Nice to have you here. Because earlier she listed, I think her description was something like, people, after an application process and an interview with someone, get to come and live in the country, whether you like that system or not. And I think I misunderstood her a little bit, because at first I thought she was referring to if you dislike that system as in you're a racist and you want that to be stricter immigration stuff. But I initially thought that she meant if you think that's a bad system, that's too much, because that's where I'm broadly out with it. But I think that in the version that she described, again in very abstract terms, and this is the thing that's just always happening with lofty debate, and this tendency to talk about real stuff in this abstracted way. That's a little bit of my areola. Shit. Now I've completely distracted myself again. That sucks. Yes, she said she's there and she's like, holy shit, these are real people going through this. But then I realized the thing that the this that she's referring to is Trump's chaotic version of it, where it's out of control. And it's America doing business as normal involves a lot of thises that ordinary real human beings shouldn't have to be going through. And I think the real life version of that abstract system she described, that does sound broadly fine, right? Having an interview with some border authorities and then getting citizenship or getting the right to remain or whatever, isn't the reality. The reality is among many other things, stomach churning anxiety for a really, really long time as your life is completely uncertain. Rocket propelled Taco Van saying the way it used to be wasn't good either. Yeah. All right. Well, that's my point. There we go.
Hearing stipulate to their removal, and I was concerned that it seemed some people didn't really know what they were agreeing to because the proceedings were moving so fast.
Something I think people have heard about is this move towards third country removal, where somebody is making an asylum claim or they've come here and we are deporting them to Uganda or somewhere and saying, deal with it there. What is that policy? How is it being used? How is it legal?
So the Trump administration is also using its diplomatic might to get other countries on.
Britain not actually mentioned, but we've been doing this, right? We have the Rwanda plan, and now there are multiple African countries that are considering doing the same thing, or where Britain is discussing deals with them in the same way. Yeah, this should be presented on the face of it as morally repugnant. No, actually, fuck off. Because also it's not removal to that other country and then they're in that other country in the meantime. It's removal to a detention center in another country. It's being located in one of the like regions of planet Earth where you have potentially the least rights of anyone anywhere, where you've been moved by the imperialist nation into an imperial client, very poor nation that is being paid like to handle you as a prisoner. Like, no, absolutely fucking not. Like, you know, I mean, look at good night, Artist Synth. It's been nice to have you here. Sleep well. Look at El Salvador, right? Like, as the other example of like third party removal from the United States.
Board with its mass deportation effort. I mean, it's sort of amazing. Anybody from a city mayor to a business owner to a leader of a foreign country, if they come to President Trump right now, the message seems to be, bring me something on immigration if you want to work together. And so through diplomatic efforts and through pressure campaigns, the Trump administration has convinced several dozen countries to accept deportees who are from other parts of the world.
Letty Bros, welcome to the chat. It says you're a first-time chatter. Nice to have you here. You've said they got the idea from Australia, whereby the government sends migrants that arrive illegally to Nauru. The conditions are horrific too. Yes, that rings a bell. I didn't want to say authoritatively that they got it from Australia, but I know that the Baby Stockholm, the floating immigration detention centre, is something that was copied off of or modelled off of Australian policy. So it's an ongoing thing with Britain and British attitudes to policing migration. I think it's also like there's an aspect of the imperial boomerang going on there, I think, where like the methods that are being used in colonies of imperial nations, right, like are being imported back in, not against like the core domestic citizenry, the white people basically in this case, but like it's definitely an effect of the imperial boomerang. I think that like so many methods used by Israelis against Palestinians are being used against the citizenry by the hyper-militarized police force of the UK, but also so many methods for treating Palestinian prisoners are being used against immigrants in the US, and now also like methods for dealing with immigration that Australia does, Britain is importing. Jaylee0451 says, people criticize Europe all the time and I can see why, but I personally don't see the immigration as a problem. I'm an atheist and it annoys me religious people are the majority, but forget that Jesus wasn't European. I don't entirely follow, but I also don't have any problem with immigration. Are you saying people are criticizing Europe for having too much immigration? Europe should have immigration. It prides itself on being a historic cultural powerhouse. You can't have an evolving, beautiful, organic culture without immigration. You just can't. Like, you just stagnate. Okay. Nadia Yvette says, those lesbians and that left-wing VA nurse were white. Yes, and I am talking about the treatment of prisoners being used against migrants in the US, as opposed to us seeing policing methods on the ground being the same between the IDF and American police forces. I have spoken to someone who was in the LA riots recently and found themselves like throwing rocks at the hyper-militarized police and just being like, yep, that's it, that's the boomerang, here it is, it just has come home, like we just are here in like, you know, next to unarmed resistance against these like like mecha troops. I don't know. Litty Bros says, hiya, I come by way of Mr. Mule. Oh, that's lovely. I'm Australian and do a lot of work with migration/human rights law IRL, so I can go into more details if you'd like. I wouldn't necessarily be equating the imperial boomerang in the context of Australia's migration policies. It's far, far more complicated than that, but I think in some contexts it tracks in the US. Let's see. Well, the episode we're watching is all about how migrants are treated, so you'll probably have interesting stuff to say. Rocket propelled taco van says you gotta get real strong so you can throw police at police. Hell yeah. Okay, let's carry on.
Theory, this is to address the problem that some countries don't accept deportees from the United States. That's their way of pushing back against the United States and American foreign policy, is to say, we're not going to accept people who you want to deport to us. But I think in reality, that was always a small number of people. I think this third country removal program is really a scare tactic more than anything else. I mean, even though we have relationships with, I think, more than 40 countries that have been established, and I think the administration is in negotiations with more than 60 currently, I mean, there are more coming online regularly. You only have a few hundred people who actually have been removed to a third country. But we've been talking about this fear campaign that's designed to convince immigrants living in the United States to leave and discourage anybody thinking about coming here from doing so. What is scarier?
Chat, I also want to point out that I've been streaming for about 4.5 hours now. I really hope we can finish this soon, but I am aiming to get 150 in stream donos by the end of the stream, and we're only £40 away from that right now, which means that everyone watching would only have to give like less than £1 for me to hit my goal. So small donations are welcomed, bigger donations are also obviously welcomed, but like even if everyone right now gave it just a little amount, we'd hit the dono, and then we'd unlock an extra stream next month to be a gaming stream. Yeah, so I just wanted to say, if you're enjoying the stream, please pay for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip.
Then knowing that you may not only be in the United States to leave and discourage anybody thinking about coming here from doing so. What is scarier than knowing that you may not only be deported, you may be deported to a poor country where you don't speak the language and you don't have any relationships or anyone to protect you and keep you safe. So I really think that the third country removals, which are legally dubious, they've been challenged, but they have been carried out so far, are more about the fear campaign. They're not really logistically feasible on a large scale. They don't really make sense as a foreign policy initiative, but they're very intimidating.
I've been thinking about something I heard Chris Rufo, the right-wing activist who's inspired many of the Trump administration's activities, say, and I want to play it for you.
You're never going to have enough muscle, enough kind of logistical force to deport 15 million people, in handcuffs. And then also, it's not possible. It's not practical. It's not feasible. It's probably not wise, because then the narrative is going to turn, because you're going to start making mistakes because you're expanding.
Just a point of curiosity here. This is a guy that Ezra describes as a right-wing activist, which usually in the US means Nazi. Has Ezra ever had people on voicing opinions, or like shown a clip from them, rather, this isn't a guest, but like shown clips from people who are voicing opinions that are far to the left of him?
Ending at such an extraordinary logistical rate. So what do? The solution, as you suggested, is you have to shift the incentives so that there's remigration, sometimes called, self-deportation. Yeah. So voluntary exit. And this is where I think the rubber meets the road and where it's going to be difficult for the Trump administration.
So I want to talk about that, because I think that gets to what at least some of the underlying strategy is. They don't, as much as they are expanding.
Good night, Jaylee.
They are not expanding at the rate or to the numbers and do not have political support.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much to Schmarty, who's tipped £10. We're now £10 closer. There's only £30 to go. Thank you so much, Schmarty. I really appreciate that.
Go door to door and deport the numbers of people they seem to want to deport. It does seem their strategy is to make it so miserable and frightening to be here that very large numbers of people leave. Do you believe that?
That's a longstanding strategy on the right that kind of the most prominent anti-immigrant or restrictionist, even elected officials, but also activist groups have pushed for a really long time. And I think it's just the degree to which the administration is willing to pursue this that is the change. But yes, this idea of pushing for self-deportations has been popular for a really long time among people like Stephen Miller. And it was just once a fringe idea, and now it isn't. In the past, the ways that states and municipalities would go about this was by doing things like not letting people without legal status get driver's licenses, not letting their kids get in-state tuition in schools. Now it's very different. It's those things, plus you might be violently arrested. Your relatives, even those who are legal immigrants or citizens, might be stopped and accosted.
This is some of what I'm talking about when I have said before that we need to have a systematic analysis and see, purpose of a system is what it does, this kind of perspective on things, as opposed to a systemic analysis where we take abstract ideas of what systems are supposed to be. I think one of the main problems that liberals fall into over and over again is treating things as failures that are results. And the outcomes of a system are its results, right? The purpose of a system is what it does. So if, for example, people of color are terrified to live in America because they will be treated as being an illegal immigrant all the time, and will be in danger, then that will drive not towards self-deportations of illegal immigrants and people who don't have a right to be there only. It will obviously, this is the thing she's saying right now, even people who are citizens or have a right to be there or whatever, those aren't failures of this system. Their results.
Based on how they look or what their accent is. I mean, it's just so much more aggressive. But absolutely, the administration has been open about the fact that they're trying to encourage people to self-deport. They post memes and videos making fun of undocumented immigrants and basically telling them to get out of here or else. So yes, absolutely. I think that they've also shown a willingness to inflate the numbers and kind of claim victory and success before there's evidence to support it. It really is all about messaging more than it is substance. I mentioned they're claiming that 1.9 million people have self-deported. Experts have looked into that number. It seems to be based on looking at a census report that was done with a very small sample size, not taking into account that it's not very likely immigrants are going to be fully forthright or even participate in any kind of a census count right now, given the environment of fear that we're in. And so they extrapolated from this very small census and declared that 1.9 million people had left the country, which does not seem true.
So I want to, with all this in mind, get at what has been happening in Minneapolis. What was the administration's justification for this operation?
So the administration said this operation in Minneapolis had to take place because of rampant fraud there. And there is a longstanding federal investigation going on about COVID-19 relief funds and fraud in Minnesota. But really, Trump seems to have latched onto this video that was posted online by Nick Shirley. He's this young right-wing social media video influencer who went around Minneapolis to daycare sites claiming that they were fraudulent, that they had no children inside, when in fact, of course, a strange man who's showing up outside of a daycare videoing what's going on is probably not going to let that person inside to see children, if there are children
as somebody with young children, the idea that I would want my daycare, if somebody knocked on there and be like, show me the kids in here, letting them in.
You probably don't want to let that guy in.
Yeah.
And we don't know. There is active investigation going on in Minnesota about legitimate fraud.
It does not mean there's not fraud, but it does mean that I'm not sure I would take that video as strong evidence.
Exactly. But the administration took it and ran with it and launched what they were calling the largest immigration enforcement operation in the country as a result of it. There's so many things to talk about with sort of what's going wrong in Minnesota. One thing to point out, though, is that fraud, again, even if it's happening, is a white-collar crime. And so the idea that it deserves a response that involves weapons and officers in the street and stopping people at random really doesn't make sense. I mean, the way that you research fraud is on the computer. You're looking at records. You're maybe eventually going out and doing some investigative work to shore up what people have claimed to be true.
Scientists zone out a little bit on this now. I think that one part of it is the problem of just like trying to watch the whole of this thing. But like at this point, like her saying like this doesn't really make sense. I guess like he asked her what their justification for it was, and she's said, and then she's saying that it doesn't make sense. But like, they barely even tried to manufacture consent before they did that military operation on Venezuela and kidnapped Maduro. Like, do we care at this point what their justifications for things are? We can see their motivations. We can clearly see what the motivations are. And, like, what they claim their reasons for doing things are doesn't, like, I don't know. Anyway, right, we're pressing on with it because we're nearly at the end.
About their businesses, you do not catch fraud by stopping people at random in the street.
I will note they've also gutted, Republicans over time, the IRS's fraud division. There's a lot of tax fraud. It is a lot bigger than daycare fraud in Minnesota. And I would say,
Of course they have, because of the pedophile island, because of the fucking intricate web of being deeply involved with guys who have a ton of money and want to abuse children and do financial crimes. Holy shit. Like, this is something actually, I don't know if, let's just go full screen again for a second. I don't know if Americans, or people outside the UK anyway, have seen as much coverage of like in the UK, one of the biggest stories going on right now, it might lead to Starmer having to go actually, is that Peter Mandelson has been involved in Labour a long time, one of Blair's guys, was very close with Jeffrey Epstein, and some of the stuff that he did that had like genuine implications on UK policy, like bankers' bonuses or whatever, is literally where like he immediately told Jeffrey Epstein when there were potential changes to policy going through that might hurt the bottom line of like very, 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 very rich guys. And then he told, Jamie Dimon, the JP Morgan head. And just like the degree to which like, I don't know, it's kind of frustrating as a left theorist, because like you really want to be like, a guy isn't just like making a call, like the class incentives of capital, like the way that capital like flows, like affects people's incentives to make them make decisions that benefit the ruling class, and things like the state exists to mediate class tensions in favor of the ruling class, and those things are still true. But it's just crazy to see it like demonstrated in such sharp clarity as like Epstein getting a call from Mandelson. Oh yeah, they're gonna do something that means that bankers get like $1 less, and then he's like, oh fuck that, I'm telling Jamie Dimon and he's gonna tell you all off and you won't be able to do that. Oh Christ.
concern with taxpayer money fraud division. There's a lot of tax fraud. It is a lot bigger than daycare fraud in Minnesota. And I would say, concern.
I did it again. I didn't put the podcast back on, sorry. And it's back on the screen. There we go.
Because over time, the IRS's fraud division, there's a lot of tax fraud. It is a lot bigger than daycare fraud in Minnesota. And I would say, concern with taxpayer money not showing up where it should seems a little bit selective to me here.
That's right. I mean, I was talking to one political analyst yesterday about what's happening in Minnesota with this fraud scheme. I thought he put it really well. labeling Somali immigrants as fraudsters almost seems like Trump's version of Ronald Reagan's welfare queen, which is really convenient at a time when the country is realizing that this promise of only focusing immigration enforcement on hardened criminals isn't being kept, that far more people are being swept up by ICE than the public initially expected. People are turning away from and are questioning this campaign. And so if you can instead send this message that suggests that most or all immigrants, maybe all Somali immigrants, maybe all African immigrants, maybe all immigrants in Minnesota, who knows, if you can suggest kind of vaguely that they may most or all be involved in some rampant fraud scheme that involves taking public dollars that are supposed to be going toward kids for their own personal use, it makes people a little bit more sympathetic toward the fact that this campaign doesn't look the way that they wanted it to or that they think they want it to.
Well, it also reflects the move towards these fraud arguments. And there is fraud out there. There's fraud from immigrants.
I think that this is giving too much credit, too much credulousness or whatever to the consent manufacturing process, like as if it's really working on people, but people are actually mad as fuck about the way ICE is behaving, including the right wing, are really fucking mad about the deaths of Renee Good and Alex Pretty. And yeah, I don't know. I think they're painting a picture here of like people falling for the racist shit against Somalians a bit more than they really are, I think.
Much fraud from native-born Americans. It reflects the appeal of conflict expansion, I think, for the Trump administration, which is to say they are pointing this at blue states where they can also use it as an attack on political enemies. So obviously Tim Walz, his political career seems to more or less be in shambles now. They've talked about moving into California to try to do this against Gavin Newsom and justify crackdowns in California. But I think for them, both the fraud thing is very amorphous and, they're using it to justify widespread crackdowns that, as you note correctly, is not how you run a fraud investigation. But it also creates an interface with the political system and the political leaders of blue states. So you can use it to go after your political enemy.
Litty Bros says, at Sophie from Mars, out of curiosity, have you ever heard of the Southern Strategy? Yes, I have. For viewers who don't know, the Southern Strategy was a historic move that basically shaped the modern racism of the of the Republican Party in the US. Do you have a particular point or question about it, Litty Bros? Yes, I would say I'm relatively well read on the history of race and class in the United States. I'll wait for if you have a further point. Everyone, please remember to subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip if you are enjoying the stream. We are so close to the dono goal now that like a few big donos or many little donos would very easily get us over it. And we've been that way for a long time, but like also we definitely could. And VOD viewers as well, if you've been enjoying this VOD, watching it back, hanging out with me remotely across time and space. If you like the points we've been making, if you've appreciated me unpacking this stuff, if you just think I look hot. But again, I know a lot of people like hang out regularly and watch the VODs and just have me on in the background. And I think that's really sweet. I do really like that. I'm glad that like I keep people company that way. But yeah, I am doing work at the moment, and like I've really appreciated recently seeing VOD viewers answer my my prompting to go and subscribe on patreon.com/Sophie from Mars. Litty Braz says, by saying was, you're implying that it's no longer an active strategy. That's a kind of bizarre thing to read into what I'm saying, I think, because the implication there would be that I don't think the Republican Party is racist now, which I have, like, seems like quite a strange thing to read into what I'm saying. No, I didn't mean to imply that. Gonna carry on with the podcast.
As well, it creates a bit of a twofer for them.
You're right. And there are other examples of the administration focusing on fraud. I mean, accusing elected officials that they don't like of mortgage fraud, for example. I think you're making a good point that fraud is rampant, and who is pursued in a fraud investigation almost says more about who the investigator wants to target than the existence of the fraud itself, especially when you think about immigration. So
Apple Chips, thank you for the £1 and the message for looking hot and saying big word. I'm just a little kitten cat, you know, so I have to say so many big words for my job, and I think people should pay me for that.
The Trump administration is looking at denaturalizing people, taking their citizenship away, or preventing them from requesting asylum status based on a discrepancy between documents. Just to walk people through the process, when you're applying for any form of legal status in the United States, you're filling out dozens and dozens of forms. And some people do it with a lawyer. A lot of people don't do it with a lawyer. But any layman would be confused by some of these questions in these applications that are being filled out. Sometimes the questions seem to conflict with one another. You know, one document seems to be putting a request one way, another a different way. And even people who are trying their best will end up with two documents that say two different things. And it could be very simple, you know, the omission of a middle name or an explanation of why you left the country on the day that you did or why you came. You know, did you put on one document that you came for work and another that you came to visit family when both were true? So that...
Prince Infidel says, fraud is not rampant, but she's right about who is targeted, right about who the system wants to target. Yes, yeah, I think so. I might wrap it up here because I think that at this point we're through most of the discussion. It's kind of tapering off. It's very tedious anyway. I think I'd rather just have end discussion for the last little bit of the stream today, and chat with the chat about how we've found this generally. I guess I just keep coming back to this central point, which is that like the MLK white liberal letter, these people are on the verge of creating an incredibly violent system that uses all the correct signifiers and nice words to make it completely okay with them. A sustainable quiet. And that would be terrible for both America and the world. I think that, I don't believe in that outcome. I think that ordinary people are rising up at too rapid a rate in response to the stuff that's happening and becoming, conscious of stuff in a way that they won't go back again. I think that the big determining thing is going to be to do with people being materially free, building structures that allow them to resist the extractive and exploitative systems that they live under so that they can change them, so they can meaningfully gain control and change them. And that's why I say about the general strike and the capacity to keep a general strike going and building up the community structures that mean that you will be able to keep striking to use that power. I think the reason I've stopped the podcast here is I hit a point where I just thought, why on earth isn't this not an interview with someone who's been on the ground in Minneapolis, in the sense of fighting ICE, and someone who believes in abolition, and someone who is really meaningfully anti-fascist and not just reporting on this stuff, describing, I don't know, I do know the reasons why. I do know why the podcast is like it is. It's a New York Times podcast, right? And it's been informative in some ways, in terms of how the fascists are doing what they're doing. But I think that, like, there are a lot of people right now whose message, if amplified, could be extremely powerful. And Barack Obama watched this. You know? Again, like, the influence, the reach, the power that Ezra Klein has in the world. Like, if he had someone who is talking about just, like, strategy, just like we all actually agree that to be free of this shit, we're going to have to fight it, meaningfully fight it. Because I think that's what we all need. Jenny Azoff says, thanks, Obama. Letty Brett says, why I mentioned the Southern strategy, I thought to ask, to what extent do you think Trump's policies regarding immigration are perhaps either a manifestation of a further amalgamation of it perhaps being reinitialized? I think that Trump is racist. I mean, you know, like, I think it's not complicated to say that. And does believe in the racism, but I also think that he does see how much political capital racism has in the US and how much it can consolidate power for people, and he's very effectively used that. But I think also, like, I also think Trump gets treated as exceptional a little bit too much. And people are hesitant to admit the ways in which he is a completely and utterly normal continuation of American presidents broadly, Republican presidents specifically. Yeah. He is across a line, right? And maybe, like, the leaps that American presidents were taking over time, right? He's taken a particularly big leap. But, like, the direction was going this way anyway, for the whole time that America has existed, and the existence of America in the first place is founded on colonialism, empire, and chattel slavery and genocide. Like, I just America simply really is rotten to its core and has never had, like, an era of, like, shining morality. I'm sorry, you know? So I don't know, like, I think the Southern strategy might just be too small a focus. Might just be genuinely, like, too zoomed in. All of this is much bigger than that. Much older. Last call for people to donate. We're very close to the dono goal, and if we cross it, we get an extra game stream next month. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly. Only donating actually affects the dono goal, though. All right, last thoughts from chat. Thanks, Obama. Found it frustrating, horrifying. Yeah. Yes. Right-wing presidents have been doing the long jump. Yeah, I mean, I think there are some people like Ezra Klein probably broadly thinks this, that, like, the country moves forward with this sort of motion, right? Like, this little tug of war between the left and the right. Things get a bit more left, things get a bit more right, things get a bit more left, on and on. But all the time they're moving forward. And in actuality, right, like, right-wing presidents are, like, visionary leaders of the great Satan America and its drive toward just, like, ultimate evil incarnate on the world stage. And left-wing presidents, left-wing American presidents, Democrat American presidents, do a lot of heavy lifting of very carefully putting into place all of the structures and frameworks to do that vision as sustainably as possible. Again, that's why I think that like it could be one of the scariest outcomes is like if Trump were to like if Trump is to leave office peacefully, it will be because he is happy with the state of America. I find this extremely unlikely given everything about the guy. But if he were to, it would be a situation where he had so completely won and so completely created the America he wants to create, that a Democrat winning an election off of him doesn't bruise his ego, and that Democrat is promising to keep the country broadly how Trump wants it to be. And that's why I think it's a scary possibility. And none of this is me saying people shouldn't vote or people shouldn't vote for Democrats or whatever. I think people should vote for the better candidate in any election that they can vote in. I don't think there are going to be US elections. And I've said that a bunch of times. But just like the outcome and reality in which there are, and it's all peaceful and swell and good, and Trump leaves office happily, is actually a fucking terrifying one. And I find it incredibly grim, actually, that Obama shared this. Let me just check on, again, what was the precise wording in his recommendation, because he said, "Here's a podcast that does a good job of laying out what's at stake and why all of us need to get off the sidelines to demand change." Incredibly vague. Thanks, Obama. But yeah, I think it's just... Sorry, I was just staring at the Obama post again. Jenny Azoth says he leaves office when they swear Baron Trump in. Yeah, I mean, you know, like they've, again, another possibility of how of like Trump getting everything he wants is like it becoming a fucking imperial hereditary rule. I think there are a lot of people holding on to hope that they don't need to fight fascism to beat fascism. The only places where we don't need to fight fascism to beat fascism is that fascists don't have a workable model for how to run society, and it will fall apart for them. But we do have to fight them. We just do. And I think that a lot of people are trying to analyze their way out of it and find like the correct strategies and understandings of things. And I think that's what this podcast was. Looking forward next week to going back to reading articles, I think. Watching this actually turned out to be quite tedious. And in future I'm going to try and watch like clips or segments from podcast episodes when we do them, because I'm finding this very fatiguing. Okay, it's been 5 hours. I'm going to bed. I hope everybody has a wonderful night. Thank you for watching so much. Mwah to my chat. Mwah to my VOD viewers. I hope you all enjoyed this. Remember to check out my Patreon if you want to support me monthly, and there will be some new stuff on the Patreon, hopefully relatively soon. Everybody make your favorite animal noises in chat. Here we go. And I will see you all not next week. I will see you on Sunday, even sooner, in 2 days' time. See you on Sunday evening, starting 8 p.m. UK time for Red Planet. It's at twitch.tv/Red Planet Live, and we'll be talking to Marcus about Cuba stuff, but you'll find out on the day. And that's me and Mule and Tim with a wonderful guest. And then I'll see you all back here same time next week for some more liberal slop. Okay, everybody have a lovely night. Bye.